The Study and Cooperative Board meeting to order at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, December 17th. Seeing no flag, we'll skip the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll go right to the superintendent's report. Mr. Steele?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, a couple of items for this evening's agenda. The large two topics are around transcript and grading, and then also on our budget. So I'll save my comments about the budget for that time, but I did want to comment about transcript and grading for a bit before we get started. So there's a memo the board received earlier today, and we have a presentation by some of our faculty in a bit about the grading practices at Sauhegan High School. I want to make sure to bifurcate two very important things. One is our philosophical beliefs around grading, around instruction and around assessment. The other is around how we do it, our implementation of those belief systems. Tonight we're going to talk mostly about our philosophical belief system around what's changed around schools and why how we grade needs to reflect those changes. But one thing is very clear. When looking at research, looking at our faculty, and understanding how students learn, we're on the right path. How we get there is going to take some more work. And we realize that. We hear that. So in particular, I think it's important for the board to understand that our practices around grading and reporting should reflect our philosophical beliefs, but our implementation needs to be something that's done with the community, with our faculty, with our community at large, and ultimately with the board and administration. So to that end, I think there are a couple of things that I'm recommending to the board in consideration for their consideration tonight. The first is that as we transition, we're transitioning from a typical traditional grading system of A's, B's, and C's to one that's competency-based. And in doing so, that can create confusion, consternation, and difficulty for our students and for their parents. And so we need to transition well, and we need to do that in a way that puts our students in the best light possible when they apply for college or for whatever their next step in life might be. To that end, our transcript is that most important document used when students transition from high school to that next step, and our transcript needs to be something that does not lead to confusion, but instead clarity and a competitive advantage for our students. So we've not come to consensus as a community about what our transcript should look like. That's true. It's still a work in progress and still something in development. And for that reason, I'm recommending to the board that we stick with our current transcript for our current freshman class. The plan was for our freshman class to have a different transcript. It's my recommendation that we hold off for this freshman class and even for future classes until such a time as we have built that consensus with our students, our faculty, our parents, in the community at large. And so we're going to hear tonight from some fantastic teachers, some of our best and brightest, about the changes that we've made and why they're important and why we're on the right path. But the implementation should not get in the way of those changes, and specifically around our transcript. So the memo the board received tonight recommends that our freshman class go back to using the previous transcript, and that we stick with our previous transcript until we've had that chance for everyone to weigh in, starting with community council, on what a transcript should look like as we transition. And then the other thing that's important about that is our specific grading practices, and our students should not be confused about where they stand with in their courses. And so Bill Hagan, as our principal, and his administration will provide an update about that during some of our presentation in a bit about what that looks like. But the long and short of it is, at the semester break, there will be grades that students understand on what goes home with them, and that's critical to us that students have that. So that's really it. I know there's a number of people from the community as well. If you'd like a copy of my memo, I have some copies, and I've also posted it online. But that's really it for my superintendent's report to set up the rest of our meeting this evening. I'd be glad to take any questions from the board.
Before we go to the questions, I think it's important for the board to know there are two requested board actions as motions at the end of his letter, and I'll read them so everybody can hear them. The first motion is to approve a transitional transcript for the class of 2024 and beyond. It includes both a competency-based and a traditional grade for each course, and to commit to transitioning to a strictly competency-based transcript over time as colleges become more familiar with competency-based grading practices. And there's a second motion to direct the superintendent to finalize a transitional transcript for the class of 2024 and beyond by seeking input from community council, the SAU-wide assessment, grading, and reporting committee, the Souhegan faculty and administration, and from the Souhegan Cooperative School Board no later than June 1st, 2020. And you should have received that this afternoon, had a chance to review it.
I'm happy to have the board move on those after we hear the presentation from faculty or right away, because it makes no difference to me.
So questions, comments? Okay.
I'd like to go ahead and hear from the presentations that you just mentioned before moving ahead with motions.
Okay. Amy?
Yeah, I would agree.
Laura?
I have submitted my own motions to all the board members and Adam Steele prior to this meeting. They're slightly different, but similar to what he has motioned. And mine are different in such a way that they conflict. So
Okay.
we'll wait and hear.
You get a presentation first? Okay.
Did you send this to us?
Yes, I sent them to the board.
These are from the previous board meeting?
No, this is specific to it, but it's very similar. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Any other questions regarding the superintendent's report? Elaine? Okay. All right. Moving on. Let's go to the principal's report next. Bill?
I don't have any topics in the principal's report. I'm here with my team of teachers and Christine, and we're really here to present on the transcript.
Okay.
And I'm going to get started just to provide some background on our grading and reporting work that we've done to date. And then we really wanted to hear from our teachers around the work that they have done. So one of
Christine, I think,
Yeah.
so I think we'll do that
Oh, sorry.
under the grading and reporting discussion up there after we continue
Okay.
just a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all right. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so nothing else, Bill? Then does the board have any questions for Bill regarding anything related to the high school before we move on? No? There's only 4 of us here today, so.
Can we do the range?
Yeah.
Ask them later.
Okay, all right. All right, I'd like to go next to public comment. Any comments from the public? There's so many people here, there's gotta be some kind of. Yeah,
We've been told all along that the new grading system doesn't translate into A, B, C, D. How are you then going to do the transcripts to translate into it if it doesn't translate? So there's a lot of confusion there from by my daughter and her class, and her fellow students and the parents as well. It kind of contradicts the initial, what we were initially told.
who wants to answer that?
Excuse me,
Yeah.
if this is public input,
Yeah.
the public should be addressing their name and the.
Yeah, thanks, Could you have your name and where you from?
Jim Fischera, Hickory Drive, Amherst.
Okay, thanks. Good question, Lynn.
Do you want to respond to public comment?
Yeah, I think it's, well, because we have so many people here and this is a hot topic, we might as well.
It might be more helpful to do our presentation, which will cover a lot of those. I don't know what's more helpful to do, the grading and reporting conversation and then answer any questions that still remain, or to try to answer the questions first.
Yeah, probably have one. I mean, would it be okay with everybody if we did the presentation first and then open it up for questions after that? Okay. Do we have public comment in reference to anything outside of competency-based grading and transcripts? Going once, going twice? Okay, we'll move it on then. Committee updates. Does anybody have a committee update they would like to provide?
Not this time.
Amy or Laura?
Adam, do you want to talk a little bit about the principal search committee? We have not been able to meet, unfortunately. The chair hasn't been able to attend, so
Yeah,
if
so
you
that,
have any more information to provide everybody on that, but we haven't met.
the job is still posted and applications are being received and that committee is still in process.
Anyone else?
community council update.
Do you want to do that during the community council update that follows, or do you want to just dive into that? Nobody else has any committee updates?
No, that's fine, sorry.
Okay. If nobody else has any committee updates, then Delaney, do you want to give your version of the community council
Yeah.
update, and we can transition to Laura?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yesterday we passed a proposal that will have a Souhegan Sixth Student of the Month that will be elected each month. Anyone can nominate someone. And then we are also about to start a discussion on a proposal that clarifies how our weighted GPA for the freshman class will look, or like will be on the transcript. So it'll have a weighted GPA and non-weighted GPA in both sections posted. Because the proposal last year to create a weighted GPA didn't clarify how that would look on the actual transcript. And then we're also wondering when our fifth community member will be known. That's it.
That's a good question. All right.
Good questions.
What was the, yeah, I don't know the issue. Fifth community members?
I thought we voted on community members.
I thought we just did.
Were we short one from Mount Vernon, was that the issue?
We were I know we were having difficulty finding a member from Monterey.
That's what it is.
So we haven't received any applications from
We haven't
Auburn,
received any
so we
interest or
probably need
anything,
to
no.
advertise again.
Yeah.
Steve usually does PVC, but since he's not here, we'll just say.
He's on the phone, but I think he just
Oh,
dropped
hi,
off.
Steve.
Steve, you still there? Oh. Okay.
So I'm just gonna say we do have a PVC agreement to bring forward, and we'll be discussing that in non-public.
He hung up on himself. Please call back again. I'm sorry, could you say that again?
So I said we do have a PVC agreement to present
Yeah.
to the board, and we'll be doing that in non-public tonight.
Got it? Okay. All right, anything else on community council from you, Delaney?
No.
Okay, Laura?
Well, the weighted GPA was just something that's been coming up for discussion, it has not, it's been passed. It's just coming back up for discussion. Last time. The one that did pass was the SCSB student.
Right.
So just to clarify,
Yeah, so I have a question. So where are we going with the weighted GPA? It sounds like everybody on community council wants it, students are in favor of it, community council's in favor of it. So are you gonna have a formal vote on that?
Yeah, so last year there was a proposal passed to have a weighted GPA for the freshman class of 2024 on their transcripts. But in that proposal, it wasn't clarified or specified whether we'll have both a weighted and an unweighted GPA on the actual transcript. So Tim Futrell brought a proposal that we'll be discussing next, well, after break, that would add both a weighted and an unweighted GPA on the transcript, so colleges can see that.
And when's that gonna happen? When will we know the outcome from this, do you know?
It will have to be at least 2 meetings of discussion, and then we can either vote on it or continue discussing it. So we'll let you know as soon as possible.
Okay, but at least 2 meetings, like we're saying.
Yes.
All right, thanks, Delaney. Laura, do you have anything else you wanna add on community council?
yes, Adam came to discuss late starts and the change of recommending, his recommendation of 8:45 a.m. for the high school to start, and the students and faculty and community members all, I didn't really hear anyone for that later start. And Adam presented that, you know, we as a school board can decide to start earlier and just have perhaps alternate in our budget, just figure out how we can do that on our own. Like, we don't have to switch the late starts if we want to have extra busing. And we have less students than the middle school does, so.
So, I think what I'm hearing you say is that community council does not seem to be in favor of this, is that the case?
Yes.
Okay, but if we wanted to craft our own start time, we could do that? Is that what you're saying?
That's what Adam had said as a high school, that we can, as a board, decide. a different start time, we just have to make arrangements and like have an extra expense. We have to analyze that. But if it's worth it, if we can continue athletics and all the things that we would lose, perhaps we would be hindered by an 8:45 start.
Yeah, there was a question about who makes the decision about school start times for the fall of 2021. My answer was, well, the SAU board coordinates that, but it is possible for one of the three constituent school boards, Sauhegan, Mount Vernon, or Amherst, to do something different if they wanted to, but there would be implications for cost with busing or whatever else that might come into play at that point in time. Because the reason the SAU board is coordinating school start times is to ensure that busing is coordinated between the three school
Right.
districts.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions for Laura or Delaney regarding community council?
I guess I have a question on the school start time committee, where that's at as far as looking specifically at some of the issues that we have with that in terms of the 45-minute time period in between the end of school and athletics, looking at late courses that will be missed if students are dismissed early, and if we're starting later, they're going to be missing a longer period of time. So those are some of the, at least for me, those are some of the main issues that I have with it. I'm just wondering where we are with that committee.
Yeah, so as you'll recall, the SU board directed me to put together an operational plan for that for the fall of 2021. So that started with my administrative team, which we have a plan to spend a day going through all the issues that need to be solved and coming up with a plan for all of those things. The committee that was led by Dan Wyverney will still have a chance to meet and weigh in on those things. We've also, after hearing from the community council and strong reservations from the student component there, that perhaps an additional survey or another survey we put out to students to gauge their interest in it. An overlapping issue is the school schedule, which is being investigated by Bill Hagan right now, and how that might have an impact on many of those issues that are at play. So there is, and then also circling back to the community, once we figure all of those things out, to say this is what the plan is. So there are several steps left to do, and that's the reason why it's not for this fall of 2020. And there's, and I've received several parents who called me upset that it's being delayed till 2021. So there's a range of feelings on this particular topic.
So where is community council, I'm sorry, is there any other questions, by the way, before I ask my, I apologize. Delaney, so where are we in community council on voting on this issue specifically if this is really not something that's going to be addressed until the fall of 2021 at the earliest, is that correct? So are you going to vote on this? Is this just a discussion, or where's community council at in the process?
So we're trying to stay away from adding recommendations, just going down the whole, 2 years ago, when basically the whole year we just focused on the security and adding recommendations and creating that PowerPoint. So we don't have anything set in stone yet, like how we will go about adding our input into the later start times, but if you have any recommendations, we would love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll come to the next meeting if I can. That might be a good idea, okay. Oh, great, thank you. Any other questions, just to make sure, before we move on? Okay, I think that one committee update that we were lacking was Steve, PPC, but,
I said that.
yeah, but I wonder if we're gonna be able to hear him. Steve, can you hear us?
I can hear you pretty well, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Do you want to give an update on PPC committee?
Sure. We have a tentative agreement, PPC, which the board needs to discuss and then vote up or down after the non-public session.
Okay. So I'll hold off on questions given the fact we have to discuss that in non-public, but thanks, Steve.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay. Next up, consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion.
We have a First and a second from George. Seeing no other interest, all in favor of approving the consent agenda as written? All opposed? Okay, there's the name. Sorry, I'm sorry, I went through a roll call because Steve's on the phone. Pim, can we start with you?
Yes.
Stacy, yes.
Taylor, yes.
George, yes.
Manning, yes. Where's the name? There she is. 5-0. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, Steve.
And Steve?
Coughlin, yes.
All right, great, thank you. Sorry, Steve.
No problem.
Okay, so we were able to get through that pretty quickly. Now, grading, reporting, discussion, and update. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Christine. All right, thank you. Thanks for your patience, everyone.
So I wanted to start with a little bit of background and to share out the work that we've done and really the reason, our purpose for changing our practice. So first of all, our SAU-wide strategic plan, which was probably 5 or 6 years ago, one of the pieces of that strategic plan was to move to both a common reporting system. We had different report cards and different reporting systems across all 4 of our schools, as well as even within our schools, different grading practices. And the strategic plan outlined a move to a competency-based assessment model, including that reporting piece. Also, the New Hampshire minimum standards for school approval require us to be competency-based. We have to have a performance assessment system, and we need to record student progress in meeting competencies. So a student can't be forced to retake an entire class. If they meet some of the competencies for that, they should be able to have competency recovery. So we need to know what competencies a student has met and what they haven't met. Also, our college and career ready standards. So our new standards really require us to assess students at a much deeper level of learning. And in order to do that, it's really challenging to score students on a 100-point scale when we're scoring performance assessments, which we're required to have. We also needed more consistency in our grading practices. Every teacher had their own grading system and their own grading practices. And that was something that was in place for many, many years, that teachers had the freedom and flexibility to have their own grading practices, but that causes inconsistencies and really a concern around equity. For students having different teachers, they would have a different experience and a different grading scale. We also took our academics and our work habits. So we may have had students doing really well academically but struggling with a work habit or a work study practice, and those all came together. So it was really hard to tell when you have that one grade what makes that up. We also wanted to have a deeper connection between home and school. So we really wanted students to be able to see their progress and understand what that meant, as well as parents really to understand more deeply. When a student gets a B in math, it's really hard to help that student if all you know is they have a B. Well, what are they doing well with? Maybe they're doing really well with geometry, but maybe they're struggling with algebra. So having the breakdown of what makes up that score is really helpful to parents. So that was really one of our purposes for changing practice. So our grading and reporting implementation, a year ago, we started with our implementation plan, and our assessment, grading, and reporting committee had been formed about 3 years ago and started doing this work. But last year, we started our implementation with our grade 9 and 10 teen teachers. And those teachers transitioned to scoring students on a 1 to 4 scale, which many of our teachers have been using. I know Kathy White, one of our deans, shared with me, she had been using a 1 to 4 scale since the time she started at Sauhegan. So many of our teachers had been using that 1 to 4 scale, but having consistency in that scale was a really important piece. And we were using that 1 to 4 scale, scoring against standards or learning targets. Also the idea of rolling grades, so that a marking period doesn't end and you start fresh. You continue to be able to work all year on that score, and that score really builds throughout the year. This also allows for reassessment, so students can reassess when they've maybe gotten to a place where they have a deeper understanding of something and they're ready to take a reassessment. They're given that opportunity. Our teachers also used our grading and reporting software, which allows us to score on standards and to report out on competencies. but we continue to use the same report cards and same transcripts that we had in prior years. So this was really a chance for our teachers to begin to change their practice. And then 11th and 12th grade teachers were really working on what do their standards or learning targets and their competencies look like. So that was last year. This year for implementation, which our teacher's going to talk more deeply about it, teachers have courses with students in grades 9, 10, and 11. So we really looked at what we did last year. 9th and 10th grade students were scored on a 1 through 4 scale, were scored against standards. We wanted those practices to continue. So really what those students experienced with their team teachers last year, they're experiencing again this year. So they're still scored on that 1 to 4 scale. We still have teachers using the new grading software. We still have rolling grades, and that reassessment is available for students. For 12th grade, teachers of 12th grade students, what's challenging at a high school level to change your grading practices, you can either change for the entire school, which can be very disruptive for a student's experience, but easier for teachers, or you can change with classes. So a certain class, that's when those practices change and it rolls up with that class. And we felt really strongly that we wanted to change our practice so that it didn't disrupt students midway through their experience. So 12th grade teachers have the option of starting to use our grading software to become familiarized with it. And often our 12th grade teachers are also teaching 9th grade, 10th grade, or 11th grade students. So if they're using that grading software with all of their other courses, it's challenging for them not to begin to use that software even with their 12th grade students. So this year, our report cards and progress reports for our 9th grade students look a little bit different. And these progress reports are sent home at the same time as our 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. So they're sent home mid-semester 1, semester at the end of the first semester, mid-semester 2, and at the end of the year. They're really progress reports all along until you get to the end of the year where it becomes, in a sense, a report card. The only difference with it, it's the same format, is that that grade is really finalized, or that score is finalized at that point. We are also opening our grading software up to our 9th grade students will have access this month, and then parents will have access come January. So really, what was different for students this year than prior years? Grade 9 students aren't experiencing anything different than what they experienced last year at AMS. Grade 10 and 11 students are experiencing exactly what they experienced last year with their team teachers. And then grade 12 students are experiencing some new practices, and that's really a function of teachers starting to make that transition. And since they teach multiple grade levels, they may have more opportunities for reassessment. Their grades are rolling. Some new practices there, but ones that really benefit students and match that learning. And many people wonder, are we one of the only schools doing this work? What does this look like across the country? And actually, an updated map was just released in the beginning of December, on December 2nd, and all 50 states have some sort of education policy to support competency-based education. Now, we are one of the advanced states, you can see, we're colored in red, where we have very advanced practices. We're required to have competency education, but we also have developing states and emerging states. So every state in the country has some sort of education policy around competency-based education. So the practices that we're transitioning to, we're not the only state in the country doing this work, and we're not the only school, certainly, in this country that's doing this work. So hopefully that provided some good background on the work that we're currently doing and why we're doing this work, and we'd love to hear from our teachers about how their instruction has changed and what this year looks like for them. So Bill, I don't know how you want to.
I've asked some of the staff that have been working in this process for the last few years now to really speak about what it's like in the classroom for kids and what it's like for them as teachers in the classroom as we've made this shift. And I've given them free rein to speak about anything they want to speak about. But basically our topic tonight is for the board to understand the good work that's been going on around competency-based education. I know there's been a lot of confusion, and power and some frustration, but what I really want, and I'm hoping the board can walk away with tonight, is the good work that teachers are doing around competency-based education and the impact it has on kids. So I have with us tonight, I have Jess Tremblay, I have Travis Nason, Matt McDonald, Tony Doucette, and who did I forget? Jenny Deanick. So I'm going to turn it over to them and let them talk to you.
That sounds great. If we can, in my 9 years on the board, one of the things I think is best for the board to hear is, having been through implementation projects at work, these are the things that are going well, and these are the things that are not going well, and this is how we're trying to continue the things that are going well, and here's how we're trying to fix the things that aren't going well. So if we can get that type of balance, that would be helpful.
Go ahead, you guys.
All right, so as Bill said, my name's Jen. Feels weird to not stand, but
You can stand up.
or
Hey, Cor, come up.
It'd be better if you guys came up to.
Yeah, you want to come up here? Whatever works for you.
Set up chairs here so they stand, so the rookies are here.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, stand in front of the camera. Oh, sorry. You could be lucky enough to just get a full shot of face.
All right, so my name is Jenny, as Bill said, and I've been at Souhegan since 1996. And I've really been focused on the competency-based philosophy since Jess and I were on team when Jack was a sophomore, I think, right? So, well, I don't know when that was.
Patrick.
6 years
And
ago.
Patrick, right. And the shift that happened for me then was this idea of making the target for students transparent. Prior to that, I would say that the target, the learning target, what they were aiming for was not transparent. They didn't really know what I was doing. They just knew they needed to get a good grade, and they needed to focus on what seems to please Jenny. I know I'm kind of making it sound superficial, but I truly believe that that's what was happening. And so in those, I can't do the math in my head right now because I'm nervous, but in those years, what I've seen for me is making the target more transparent and more understandable, and allowing them to see what are the steps that I need to take to get the good grade. Or really what we want is a mastery of that competency. And so the way I do that is when I'm planning with my colleagues, we talk about, all right, first, what's the overarching competency? So maybe it's, what are the patterns in science, in bio, for instance? And then from there, what are the standards that this unit is dealing with? And we identify those standards, and then we create lessons that are allowing them to see, that's the standard that I need to reach, but I have to follow these steps in order to get there. And so along those steps that they're working towards, they're getting feedback from me and from each other. And that feedback could be in the form of, they're doing an activity where it's hard to pull this out of my head without an actual piece of work. But for instance, right now my seniors are working on understanding niche partitioning. And so they are doing activities where they're collecting information on what is a niche and how do you know it's being partitioned. They know the learning standard is, I need to give an example of niche and how it's partitioned in an ecosystem. So they know what evidence they need to be gathering in order to meet that standard, in order to get a 3. If they want a 4, they have the opportunity, but first they have to get the 3. That means they're proficient, or they've mastered that competency. So my job is to keep them focused on that target in my daily practice. Remember, how is the work you're doing right now in this discrete moment helping you reach that target? And so what I'm seeing is that, one, they have clarity. It's not about what does Jenny expect. It's what does the standard expect? What is it asking me to show, to represent? Second, they know that they're the ones who decide when they're ready to take the assessment. So the assessment is ready. I have a quiz. When you're ready, when you've met the steps, you come to me and say, I'm ready. You take it, it was a bad day. In other years, I would have averaged that score with a retake, for instance. Or, too bad, that was, it's a time constraint, you gotta take it now, and that's your score, that's your grade. But now, because perhaps I'm smarter, you understand that it's not time that's the constraint, it's mastery. It's the ability to show a preponderance of evidence that, yes, I've met this standard. And not only that, but I might even be able to extend it. I don't have to, but I'm being given the opportunity to extend it. So that's what I've noticed. They're not spending time working hard on something that's continually moving, because they're not really sure what it is I'm expecting. It's on the board every day. It's there. We talk about it. They know the rubrics have clear look-fors. If I have these 4 look-fors, I've met the standard. I get a 3, or I get a 4, because she's offering the opportunity for a 4. I've spoken too much.
So I'll pick it up from this point. I'm Jess Tremblay and I teach social studies. I've been at SCSB since 1998. So I think one of the things I notice most about how the entire school moving to a mastery-based learning practice has changed my own practices is really in the kinds of conversations that I'm having. So both with students and with my colleagues, that level of conversation I feel strongly has been elevated to a place where we're able to speak in a lot more detail, with a lot more specificity about what students should know and be able to do. So the learning, as Jenny said, is much more clear than it's ever been. So when I'm having a conversation with a student about what they understand or what they're still struggling with, we don't have to talk about, well, you lost 2 points here because this piece was missing, or what we're able to do is really look at each standard individually. In fact, I believe there are some students in the room who I've had opportunity to have very pointed conversations with by saying, this is the assessment. I know, because you've already met this other standard, that what we really need to focus on for this assessment is a different standard. And that allows us to really be very specific in terms of targeting those areas Christine mentioned of weakness for students. So I think that allows students to then be able to ask really thoughtful questions when they're struggling with something. They don't come in and say, how can I raise my grade? Or I'm not doing well, is there some extra credit I can do to figure out how I can be doing better? Instead, they come in and say things like, you know, we've been working on this learning target around the nervous system, and while I think I understand the bigger picture, I'm still stuck on the subdivisions of the central nervous system. Can we talk about that? So I'm getting really specific questions from students, and I think that demonstrates that their learning is really more targeted. And ultimately, as students become more and more accustomed to focusing on standards, they really understand what they need to do to meet those standards. As Jenny said, it's very clearly articulated, more than it's ever been. And so what I'm finding already is that students are meeting that standard more regularly, and that allows them to then go that next step and exceed the standard. So I'm seeing the student work kind of continuum. Really the rigor, I think, is increasing, and I think students are really rising to that occasion. On the flip side, the conversations I'm having with colleagues are equally as elevated in terms of their richness. So in the past, in the social studies department, we might, I'll admit, maybe for 15 years straight, had very good conversations about how to help students research. And we would have all of these very lengthy discussions, and then we would each go back into our own classroom and we'd say, yeah, this is how we agreed to do it. And we'd all do it the way that we thought we agreed, and then we'd come back to the table and say, how come our students still don't understand how to maybe correctly cite a source or make their thesis statement more arguable? in having this time to prepare our competencies and looking really carefully at what the national standards for the C3 college, career, civic readiness say about how to conduct research, and then articulating that very clearly with proficiency scales, we now, for the first time, have the exact same words being used in every social studies class around inquiry and what it really means to plan an inquiry, develop a research question. These are all things that we knew all along we wanted students to be able to do, but if we were all using different words to describe it, it was lost in translation for students. And now we have that opportunity to not have that be lost in translation, but to really have a student go from one class to another or one grade level to another and say, oh yeah, I'm planning my inquiry, I know what that means now, because that's been the standard as it's been articulated. So I think those conversations for me illustrate that moving to a mastery-based system across the board really has elevated kind of the rigor of which students are expected to perform, but also the way in which we talk about learning, I think has really gotten much stronger.
Hi, my name is Matt McDonald, and I teach English and Social Studies to 9th graders and 10th graders. And I wanted to talk about a very specific thing that I was able to do last year with standards-based assessment and grading that helped personalize learning for my students in a way that I wasn't able to do in the past. So it started when we read The Great Gatsby in November. And what we did every day was we would read a little bit of The Great Gatsby, and I would put a prompt up on the board, and students would respond to that prompt in an analytical paragraph. And each day, the prompt addressed a different reading lit standard. So by the end of Great Gatsby, I would say we'd maybe done 10 or 11 of those. So I had a lot of scores for students across many different standards. Then when we got to February, we read Of Mice and Men, I did the same thing. But now because I had such good data on each student and each standard, I was able to start personalizing things. So we would read a section of Mice and Men that day, and students who had already hit the 3 in analyzing theme, I said to them, you should choose this prompt today about analyzing character. And then when they would hit the 3 in that, I would say, now try this next one. Meanwhile, students who were still struggling with some of the standards, they were able to work on different prompts than the other students. So it was really great because the students who were struggling could keep working at what they needed to work on, and I didn't just move on without them like we would have in the past. They got to keep working at what they needed to work on. But on the other end of the spectrum, students who were doing really well, they didn't have to sit there doing the same thing every day, even though they'd already shown me multiple times they could do it. They got to go to a different prompt, and once they hit the 3s, they could try to hit the 4s. And even near the end of Mice and Men, there were a few students who had gotten 4s multiple times in all of the standards, so they got to just sit out that writing prompt for the day and work on something else until we had a whole class discussion about the book that day. So it was really, I was able to personalize learning in a group of 20 people with just one teacher in the room, which was pretty great. The other thing that was great about it was that students weren't asking me what their grade was. They weren't asking how to go from a 92 to a 95. They were looking at the rubric and saying, how do I get from the 2 to a 3 when it comes to analyzing plot developments? And that had never happened before, and that was really great. So I've had some pretty good success so far in personalizing things, and I'll keep doing it this year, and hopefully I can do even more.
My name's Travis Nason. I teach 9th grade English. Anyone introduce yourself?
Oh, hi, my name is Tony Doucette. I also teach 9th grade English for about a decade now. Many of you were lucky enough to have your children have me.
Tony and I wanted to speak about how standards-based grading has helped us streamline our instruction. Tony and I have spent some time these past 2 years having some open wall instruction and assessments. We have a dividing wall that can be opened up between our classrooms, and we'll have both of our classes together and have instruction on, most recently, argumentative writing. And in the past, our rubric for this argumentative writing project was, we called it a monster in the sense that there were so many standards that we were assessing, and students seemed to get lost in the mix at times. Just because there were so many indicators and so many roads and so many proficiency skills, and it became hard for students to see that as a tool to help them succeed with their work. Since we've moved to standards-based grading, the social studies in the English standards, some of them have been streamlined together, specifically the writing standards, because the writing that I'm instructing my students in class and assessing them on is essentially the same type of writing that Tony and his students will do. So why have different rubrics that kind of confuse students and divide up what they're thinking about, as opposed to just having a focus standard for writing that they can use in English and they can use in social studies as well. So when Tony and I opened up our wall, it really helped to pinpoint those specific standards, and when we made the rubric itself, it was easy for students to see 5 rows of important writing standards that they need to master before they finish their project, as opposed to 7 or 8 or 9 that can easily get lost in the mix when they look at everything in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, so Travis and I are going to kind of team teach this because that's what we do. And I'm lucky enough to have Travis as my teaching partner because one of the things we did was we did mini lessons every day on a certain standard as they were getting ready to write that. So Jess mentioned focus is one of our things about writing good thesis statements. So instead of teaching sort of blithely in the past, like this is how to write a paper, it became, today we're going to talk about how to write a good thesis statement. And we're going to show you what a thesis statement looks like for a 9th grader. And then what a 4 looks like, how you can extend beyond it, how you can make your thesis more arguable and more complex. And one of the great things is, in years past, at the end of the day when they would get their paper back, the thing is they would look at is, how did I do overall? And even when we have the academic learner expectations and we grade it as effective communicator, they might say, how did I do as an effective communicator? And they might have got, because back when we were using those, I wasn't using a 4-point scale, so they might look at it like, oh, I got 45 out of 50 as an effective communicator. That's pretty good, which is true. But the thing that doesn't tell them is, how are you at writing a thesis statement? There might be a circle on the rubric that says like your thesis statement approached expectations, but they didn't really care about that. The thing they cared about was, how did I do overall? And when I entered the grades into my grade book, I would just enter in an effective communicator score. So I wasn't getting that data. I didn't know, or I wasn't tracking, how are the kids at writing a thesis statement? Some are good, some aren't good. Is this an area overall where they struggle? Maybe, and that gets me in, look, having this data in front of me now has me sort of look at my own practice, right? Like, if a bunch of kids are struggling with thesis writing, I need to look at myself then, and how I'm going back and I'm teaching it. So it's, in addition to providing more data for them, it's providing more data for me.
It also helps because this project we're referring to, this argumentative writing, it's called a letter to the editor, and it's been done for years, and many of the people in this room and students have completed it. It's done in all 9th grade teams, English and Social Studies. And each team might go about the assessment or the instruction leading up to the assessment in a different way. And before, that was kind of a gamble in the sense that maybe you have one student on team 9B and you have one student on team 9A, and they're given completely different means of instruction. And maybe, Matt being a 9th grade English teacher as well, maybe his idea of the standard for this letter is different from my idea of the standard. And what ultimately might happen is that students produce different levels of quality work. With these standards, Matt and I can look at the English rubrics or the writing rubrics and know exactly what students need to do. And it ensures that Matt can go about his instruction in an entirely different way than Tony and I might in our classroom. But we know that the level of instruction and where we're heading or where we're really guiding students is the exact same way, because we have those rubrics and we have those levels of success for each standard. And that's incredibly helpful for us because it ensures that regardless of which teacher students have, regardless of which team they're on, it's an equitable learning experience for every student that's out evening.
And so lastly, because Chairman Manning, Mr. Chairman, Jim, asked for some feedback on like things that maybe had been struggles so far. So for me, and the nice thing is I'm going to say things that have been a struggle, but steps that are being taken. Last Wednesday, I rolled out to our 9th grade team how those students can access Empower. And one of the things is if it's saying like we have all this feedback and students can know how they're doing on each standard, but they can't see it, it's hard, right? Like when they take the essay and then they're like, oh, I got 3s on these, great, and then they put it in their backpack and go on forever. Now that they can access that online, and it's only been since a week in my class, I know it's going to be hugely helpful. We did a whole day where we showed students how to get on, and I know in that time period, students have started going on. And for them to be able to get that feedback too on how they're doing, I think that's going to be very beneficial. And also for parents next month when that goes up to them. The other thing, and this is something that we worked on in our social studies meeting with Christine, and Matt was there, and Matt and I talked a lot about this, not a lot, but we talked about it at the meeting, is we have our core ninth grade competencies. So we have civics, we have social studies inquiry, we have social studies communication, so our writing standards, and then we have geography. And prior to this, what would happen is to get the final overall course score, they would all be totaled up together, and that would be how you would get your course score. And we looked at that and we talked about it, and we're like, the majority of what we do is the civics education. And so what we've done is when that course score gets tabulated now, we put more weight behind those standards, because we hit the civic standards throughout the year, constantly. And then geography is more of a one-unit thing that happens at the end. And should that have the same weight as the thing that we're doing all the time? Probably not. And so what we've done is we've changed the weight in that calculation. So that's something where we've looked at like, you know, this probably wasn't where we wanted it, but now it's heading in the direction of how we can help.
I actually want to jump on that if it's okay. I wanted to also respect Jim what you asked for in terms of some of the things that might have been a struggle, and maybe in part as my role as a psychology teacher, I feel it important to mention that I think what I've seen both myself struggling with, my colleagues struggling with, and my students struggling with is change. There's a lot of change embedded in this process, and I think it's important to recognize, as the research does and as all of the literature in psychology does, change means loss. You're having to give something up when you change to something else. And there's a whole theory that maybe Tony could even tell us about, because we learned about it this month in psychology, around loss, about what it means to grieve something that has changed. And I'm witnessing that play out in our community to a very high extent. So we have some folks that are in a place of denial, like, oh, nothing's different, I can do this, or I don't have to change anything, everything's the same. We have some people that are angry because it's hard for them to understand maybe, you know, exactly how their own personal practices can catch up to the new way of doing things. I hope that we don't have too many people in the depression stage or speech bargaining. There's a lot of bargaining that happens. And there are some people who have moved to a place of acceptance. So I will say for me personally, the thing that I grieve the loss of the most is students having real-time access to their scores. So in the past, I was using our I-39 or the It's Learning platform so that students could look at any time exactly how they were doing. I'm really looking forward, because I have mostly juniors and seniors, some freshmen and sophomores in the mix. I'm really looking for a time when it is available for all students, because right now the pressure's on me to make sure that the students understand, and I feel that pressure, and it's hard. But I think it's also important to be committed to making sure that at all times they know exactly how they're doing. So I have to take it upon myself to make that available to them, which unfortunately is through paper, which I don't love. But I think that's been a hard part for me in terms of the implementation. So I'm looking forward to knowing there's a plan for that to be available to other people. I think that's going to make a really big difference. Because part of what, underneath all of this change that's hard for people is that it's scary when you don't know. And so I'm doing everything I can to take away the unknown, the scary part.
Yes.
And can I add a piece
Yeah.
that's similar? It's about change, but my journey, and I'm still in it, is the change regarding understanding. And because my need is I need to understand the how and the why before I can fully accept. So I've done a lot of work. I spent a lot of time understanding competency-based education and a software program like Empower. And so because I did that, which took a lot of work, I feel comfortable standing up for it in its defense, even with the bumps, and sometimes the potholes are really deep, but because I've done a lot of work, I feel like I can navigate those potholes better. And I think the direction this school is going in is without a doubt the right direction. I think we have made thoughtful, difficult decisions that have required us to work hard, but at the bottom line, it's what Christine said earlier, it's about equity for children. That was not present 10 years ago. It wasn't. And I think we are moving that way. And that's what I arrive at my classroom loving every day. Is that I know with regards to learning, our students, those of us who are doing this hard work, they're having an equitable experience. They understand this journey of learning towards a grade or mastery in their learning. But it requires work. It requires a degree of commitment to understanding the three-dimensionality of this shift. The old way was I'm not very good at math, but one-dimensional. You know, it was pretty straightforward. This has a lot more dimensions, and it's my responsibility to help colleagues, but more importantly, help my students and their parents, because that's where I worry, is, you know, we need to think about our parents and what do they need? So that's my challenge, is how can I ensure that parents know that this is good for your children. But it's difficult and it requires commitment. I agree.
I guess the last thing that I'll add on, going off what Jeff said, one of the harder things for me this year has been also going back and taking a hard look at things that I've done. In terms of, for many years, like when we'd come back from break, we'd start a person of the year for the prior year assignment. The kids would do some research and look and pick who they thought was the person of the year last year. And that was something that I thought was neat, I thought the kids enjoyed, but looking at the standards, it doesn't fit. And I think that some teachers have had to look at what they're doing and they're like, I really liked doing this lesson. And yeah, you might have liked doing it, but that doesn't mean you should be doing it. How does that connect to the standard? And this has sort of helped frame my thinking. Matt and I are going to be doing a Socratic seminar after we get back from break. And we have to sit there and look at that and go, is the questions that we're having the students discuss at that 4 level? Because we want them to be at that 4 level. Because if it's just more, so the question might have been, which is the most important branch of government, the legislative branch, the judicial branch, or the executive branch? Good question, but doesn't necessarily hit that 4 level. And one of the things we had to do is we had to sit down and be like, okay, like maybe we keep that as our overarching question, but what other sub-questions can we give them to discuss that will take that conversation, elevate it to that level that we need? So it's forced us to work harder. I mean, too bad, right? But it's forced us to sort of look at what we're doing and try and make sure that what we're doing is reaching that standard as well. Thank you.
Can I ask you guys a couple of questions? So you guys are clearly on board with the philosophical shift in practice throughout the school. And I know you don't know this for sure, but if you had to guess, what percentage of the faculty feels in the same way you do about how we've shifted our practice? Are we 90% there? Are we only half, 50-50? I mean, ballpark for us. How on board is the faculty with our changing belief system?
I think it's a 2-part percentage, because it's about agreeing and it's about understanding. I think the agreement is, I'm gonna be bold, I'll go with 99.9% agreement. I think it's lower for understanding, but to me, that's okay, because these are bright people who work at Salhegan, and we will get there. If the belief is there, the understanding and the implementation, you know.
Okay, so that's helpful to know. And so, as I mentioned before, I wanted to bifurcate what we believe and then how we're doing it. But in terms of how we're doing it, tell us about how the faculty as a whole feels about how we've implemented these major changes. Is there consistent agreement? Is there consistent discord?
I would, and I think that kind of builds off the last question. I think kind of like what Jenny said, it depends on where you are. I think that across the ninth grade, because this is something we're now in year 3 of doing this. I think if you ask ninth grade teachers, you'd find a lot of the ninth grade teachers are more comfortable with it, and they get it. I'm a coach, so I think of reps, right? We're now in year 3 of getting the reps of doing this. It's more comfortable. We're more comfortable with maximum achievable scores. We're more comfortable with redesigning our assessments. And I think as you go to the 11th grade teachers and the 12th grade teachers, we're still either one foot in both worlds or not there yet. They aren't there entirely yet either, because they need to get more reps, and it's a comfort level thing, I think.
And then my last question, I know board members and others will have questions as well. So we, as educators, sometimes we can be accused, perhaps rightly sometimes, of being altruistic or thinking about some things that maybe don't matter to our community in the same way that our community cares about them. So things that are really important to our community, that our students can get into the college of their choice. Maybe they can't go there, but maybe they want to get into that college of their choice. Whatever the next step is for them, they want to have open, whether it's college, career, military, what have you. Our community cares about how our test scores compare to our peers, the surrounding towns. Are we competitively doing better than our peers? And how that ultimately impacts how much our houses can sell for if we want to sell our home and move somewhere else. And our community cares about our students feeling safe at school. I think we've got that one, and for the most part, in good shape. But regarding this change in practice, if it doesn't lead to better results for our students on their way out of our school system, then it's not something we should be investing in from my perspective. So do you have evidence that shows that this change in practice has led to, or is in the process of leading to, better outcomes for students that our community really cares about?
I think so. I mean, I think if you look at the scores that we have for standards and competencies, and look at what those scores are, and consider the fact that what's removed from those scores is whether or not it was turned in on time, or whether or not it was late, or whether or not they were nice in class or not, you can see very clearly that as we've raised the bar with what we expect from them, they're rising as well.
I also think on our rubrics for our standards, the level for a 3 and the level for a 4 isn't something that is, you can complete in one day. And I have a 3, I've mastered this standard. It takes a lot of serious work from a student's perspective and a lot of serious instruction or coaching from us as teachers to allow students to get to that point. And with that said, if a student earns a 1 or a 2 on a standard, if we were to think about traditional letter grades, we'd often see students perseverating on that one assignment they scored poorly on. And ultimately, that doesn't help the student to grow as a learner. It helps them perseverate on what do I have to do for this specific assignment to succeed. And now we see a lot of students who maybe are earning 1s or 2s on their assignments, but instead of going back and retaking it, they know that they'll be assessed on those standards again in some other way, through some other assessment, and it allows them to think forward and to reflect on what their areas of growth were and what their strengths were with that old assignment, and then to improve. And ultimately, I think what we want in our students is to be reflective learners and to think critically about where their strengths are and where their areas of growth are, and having this system really fosters that thinking within our students.
I think also, I'm speaking for chemistry, the shift from a very test-based multiple choice and short answer to still having those tests, but having the performance assessments. And taking the quiz is what allows you to say, I'm ready for this performance assessment. And so students are able to see that, well, I scored well on the multiple choice and short answer, which is dealing with the information at a very sort of, I wouldn't say superficial, but it's not true application, right? That score then informs them, am I ready to go take this performance task where I'm having to design and run an experiment on the standards I just took a test on? That's very different. And I think when I look at the chemistry students and the work that they're doing in that transference, I'm seeing more qualified thinkers than I would have, you know, when I taught chemistry and when it was just more focused on the test and the short answer, multiple choice, which have their role, but then to elevate that learning in a performance assessment where you're out there, you're on your own, and you've got to meet the standard in real time with an experiment.
Yeah, what other questions does the board have for the group? Amy?
I have a question. So it sounds like there has to be a lot of pre-planning work in order to implement this successfully. How much extra time do you feel you've had to spend to be able to accomplish that, to be able to implement the way you all have been able to?
I think for me, what's been wonderful is that I've had more collaboration involvement. I'm not planning alone now. And when you plan collaboratively with people who have the same understanding of these standards and the same vision of what they want their students to do, the workload is much less as an individual. But I do think the work that happened was understanding how do I now set up my lesson, my daily lessons, so that they're allowing students. That was the work that I did, you know, with training, going to conferences, which all of us have been, but, so I don't know if that answered your question. I feel like that was back then, and now it's, like, as Tony said, it's practicing that skill over and over, and you just keep getting better.
Yeah, I think one of the additional time pieces, right, is, it's impossible to, I've taught ninth grade for 10 years, right? It's impossible for me to teach the same things I taught 10 years ago now, right? So are there things that I'm doing that are new because, hey, you know, this standard covers this, we have to look at that and incorporate new things? Yeah, it's work to plan new things and make sure they're doing well. I mean, it's part of the job, right, to do that. One of the bigger, like, time additions has been, it was much easier for me if I could enter in, all right, on that essay, 92 out of 100, boom, and it's in. Instead of entering 4 standard scores or 5 standard scores for that essay. That will naturally make it longer for me to enter grades. Is that a trade-off? Yeah, I think it's ultimately a beneficial trade-off, but does that involve more time? Yeah.
I would agree. There's no doubt that this is hard work and it takes more time. That is absolutely true. I think we've also done a really good job of using our existing structures to better focus the work that we're charged with doing all the time anyway, so that department meetings, for example, or late start times, or staff meetings, all have a way of coming together around this issue so that we can make sure we're getting the time that we need to do this work.
Jim?
So I believe Tony and Travis, you guys are both ninth grade. Matt, you're also just ninth grade? And so, and Jenny and Jess, you guys teach more than just ninth grade?
10
Higher
through 12.
levels?
9 through 12.
Okay, so this is more than geared towards you guys, because I understand what Tony just said about, you know, easy to, not easy necessarily, but you're concentrating on entering the 1 through 4 grading system, and that's it. You're not translating. You guys have to translate still, don't you? And go back and forth, and I've heard from multiple sources, not in this room, that it's a pain. Because you're grading one way, and then you're going back and figuring out what that is in a traditional way, and then having to report in both ways, and, you know, constantly flipping back and forth, and it's not easy. Can you add any input or commentary to that at all?
I've been using a 4-point scale since 1998. So it's not a new practice for me. I've complained since 1998 that we can't just put that on the report cards. So to me, it doesn't feel cumbersome at all. In fact, I see a great advantage to the whole school moving this direction, is that now we don't have to have such a huge disagreement very wide range, in fact, of how to translate that 4-point scale
Sure.
to letter grades. That's, to me, been one of the most awesome parts of this for when I'm talking to students. I have great confidence that when I say 3, everyone in my department knows exactly what that means. And we've done the work to agree to what that means and what that looks like. Not just in the student work in front of us, but when we have to translate it to the report card.
Sure, well, it's obviously, so for you guys, you've been using it for a long time. Apparently, the folks I've been talking to haven't, so it's been more of an issue for them. So, any of your
I think
coworkers,
what is important is it's not really about my issue, it's about my students. And so that's what I'm interested in, is I want to make sure that my students understand what I'm doing in the back room, so to speak, when it comes to, and that is transparent. So in my classroom, I teach chemistry, I teach 10th grade science, and I teach a senior seminar. All of those students know when they get their work back what that 3 translates to, which is an A-. They know that. And they know what that 3.5, and there are no tiny increments. It's no longer 3.1. You know, oh, this looks like 3.1, but that looks like a 3.2. So students, that's what's more important to me, is not my struggle, is do they understand, again, making things as transparent as they can be. And students will always ask me, what...
Excuse me, can we keep it down in the...
I think all the parents here disagree.
Well, no,
Without understanding.
This is a, hold on. This is a board meeting. It's not a public hearing, so we're gonna continue the presentation and I'll open it up to public comment in a minute. I'm sorry, please continue.
That's good. I mean, I think...
okay, yeah, that answers my question, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Any other questions from the board?
Mine's more of
Go
a
ahead.
comment.
Yeah.
You know, I'm really impressed by, you know, what you guys have said here today. Because, you know, I'm in a finance and accounting background. My stuff is more clear cut. So I question how I would have done if I had to go back to school now. Actually, I don't question it. I probably wouldn't have done very well. So, but you know, one thing is, and I guess it'll lead to my question, and it's along the lines of morale, in terms of, can you give us a sense as to the overall transition, or I would guess there is a change in the overall morale at the school from a teaching standpoint and from the students as well. Can you talk a little bit about that and maybe shed some light on it? Anybody?
I mean, I think it's only fair to say that we're tired. This, as we keep saying, it takes a lot of effort, it's a lot of work, and I think I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this, these snow days or vacation upcoming are more, you know, look forward to than maybe in the past. Like, people just need the break, they're really tired because they're working so hard. So I think exhaustion can definitely play a part in people's day-to-day morale. And so I do feel that it's lower than I'd like to see. And I also feel that that's part of the learning curve. That's part of what it means to go through really big change. It doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't make everyone feel awesome right out of the gates. It's a lot of work, and it's really challenging.
So what you're feeling right now is, do you think it's more a part of the process to get you to a certain point to get us to a competency base, or you think it's more going to be the norm?
I really do believe that it's part of the growth. It's part of the learning. Particularly if you look at, in the 9th grade, who've been doing it for longer, they're not as tired. You know, they look at us and say, we know how you feel, we were there 2 years ago. So I think part of what's been really challenging is that it's been a very thoughtful rollout or roll up, but because of the way these integrated classes work, you have some folks who haven't had a lot of prior practice having to jump right in and, you know, hit the ground running with both feet, and that's exhausting. So I think once people practice over and over and over and over again, I do see the light at the end of the tunnel. I don't think this is the new norm. I think this is just part of the transition.
Thanks.
Laura?
So, we teach psychology and it's AP.
It is Running Start, so it's available for college credit.
And which college is it affiliated with?
NCC.
Thank you.
I also teach a social studies modules class. So students who are missing competencies based mostly on transferring into the school. So I have an opportunity to teach the 9th grade curriculum, the 10th grade curriculum, the 11th grade curriculum, basically any social studies competency they need.
Thank you.
Amy? Oh, I'm sorry. You had a follow-up question?
Oh, I was going to say, all of you are working on your masters in competency-based, is that correct?
I am, well, I'm not working on it, I'm working on my CAGs.
I was gonna say, I already have a master's, so it's a certificate of advanced graduate study.
Okay.
And that's Jess and myself.
Oh, so just the two of you? Okay.
Amy?
So, you all seem to have a really good understanding of this and maybe have achieved mastery. And I know you can't speak for your colleagues, but a concern that I have, and maybe you can put my concern aside, is that the grades that students are receiving based on this new methodology of both teaching and grading, that the grades that students are receiving are an accurate reflection of the work that they have done. And it sounds like for you five, that's probably pretty sure that that's happening. Do you feel that that is happening throughout the school?
Well, I think one thing that leads to it being more accurate is, and Matt, kind of hinted at this, is there's no fluff in there in terms of my first homework assignment of every year used to be, here's our team handbook, go home, have mom or dad sign it, bring it back in, that's a homework grade for you.
So the work study practices are excluded?
Yeah, and I look back at that as like, why wasn't I giving credit for them doing that? Like, that's getting a signature from mom or dad? Or I remember the teacher who I did my student teaching with said, at the end of the year, we always want to keep an area for participation because then we can, move it up or down a few points as needed. And it's like, oh, okay. And now looking back, that's like, what? Because they talked or they were not disruptive. Like, those shouldn't be going into how they're doing overall in my class. So I think in terms of like being a more accurate reflection, like eliminating that fluff does make it more accurate. I think that that's the case for all staff in general, where that's, that stuff is gone. Those separating out those work study practices from the actual skills does help make it more reflective of what their achievement is.
I think also the conversations I have with students when I give them back their work. So whenever students in my class get work back, they have to do a reflection on how they did. So they have the standard present, they have the rubric, and they have their work with my feedback. And they don't like it, because they have to sit and think and reflect. But what they do get is they know that there isn't a gray area for why they got a 3 or why they got a 2. It's very clear. And then they have the ability to say, this is my action plan going forward. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I would like to revise just this standard, or I'd like to shoot for the 4, because I got a 3 in all of them. So that never happened, even 5 years ago for me. That never happened. And so students have a better understanding of where they are. I don't have, as much as I used to, I don't have students saying, well, what's my grade? They now pull their folder out and they can track how they're doing, even though I give them, reports every 2 weeks. But I'm where Jess is. I want them to see their grades live.
So just as a follow-up, if that's okay. So how do you deal with the depth of knowledge assessments that are, say, it's a 2 out of 2? And how does that work in? And do you think there's confusion with those grades being factored in? Or is that not an issue for you guys?
I think with freshmen, they understand that more than you think they might, because they're used to it from AMS. And now when I give them a quick little vocab quiz where the max they can get is a 2. None of them have any problems with that because they know pretty soon they'll be able to show me that they can do a 3 and then maybe they can do a 4. So as long as you're giving them opportunities to get a 3 and a 4, the 2s don't matter as much in the calculation and everything is fine. And to your previous question, just to be really specific, so the 9th grade progress reports that went home a couple of weeks ago that just had competency scores on those, I think they more accurately reflected where my students were than anything I've ever seen before. There was no overall score, there were no letter grades, it was just competency score. And in looking through them, it was pretty accurate to what I would have thought each student would get.
And one other thing, sorry. How are your students, do they have a good understanding of the trend line?
No. That's my initial gut response.
But I think it's because we've explained it so simply to them by saying that the more recent things matter more, and if you're on an upward trend, you're okay. But we haven't talked about the math of it or anything. But they get the basics of it, that more recent things matter, the 3s and 4s matter more.
Okay. And we haven't spent much time looking at each student's trend line in the class just yet. So students haven't had much exposure to it.
Yes.
Sure. So, first of all, my own opinion, competency-based education is where we need to go, where the school system needs to go. What Bill, and I'm assuming, and I don't want to put words in mouth, has done is he basically assembled this panel to come in, which in my mind is a loaded panel. And the reason why I say that is because you guys have either been practicing competency-based education for a while, for many years in your case, and a few years in your guys' case. But that's all you guys do. Yours is still a little bit of a mix. But there's a separation, again, from my simplistic point of view, between competency-based education and the software that's used to actually enact, the grading system, right? And to Jim's point earlier, it's, and to several of you guys have said, it's all about implementation, right? Implementations can go swimmingly well, or they can go horribly bad, and everything in between. The feedback that I've heard is this is more on the bad side than on the good side, unfortunately. I've been part of implementations of ERP systems at various facilities that have been on both sides of the spectrum. Sometimes we're gonna get consultants in and you guys are gonna sit here and learn it, and it's a 2-year process, easy. Other ones are, here's the stuff, we're gonna teach you how to get into the system, and then, go play with it, and then in 3 months it's gonna be live, good luck. And I'm not sure, and I don't want to point fingers because that's not what I'm here to do, but where this process is, I have, again, a feeling that it's more towards the good luck side than it is to the 2-year consulting, hard long implementation. So it would have been interesting if there was other folks on the panel that weren't as well versed in the Empower side of things, that could perhaps shed some light on their difficulties and where the issues are and the gaps are, and how to overcome those and get to a better implementation, or I shouldn't say better, better understanding of the system and get it to work fairly for all.
Well,
He's the boss, he can go first.
Yeah.
I'm following him.
I'm gonna trump you. Go ahead, Bill.
So-
Because I don't want you to save him.
So, to speak to what you said, first off, I could have grabbed a number of teachers out of the 9th grade for sure to come and speak, because they are the ones that have been working with it most and are most comfortable. Our intent tonight wasn't to talk about how good Empower is. Our intent here was really to bring to the board what's going on in the classroom when it comes to mastery learning, comes to competencies, and what the benefits are to kids. And I think that's why these folks are here tonight. we recognize that Empower has some issues, and it's a curve, it's a learning curve, and we're working on that. But our goal tonight was to separate the frustration that folks are having at the high school around learning how to use Empower and some of the glitches it has from the really excellent work that teachers are doing. I'm gonna take a stretch here, and I think we'll be okay. Most recently, we had, I allowed faculty senate to take over a staff meeting. They had a survey of the entire faculty. I met with 2 of the representatives. I don't have the formal report yet, but the first 2 themes that they talked about were, number one, and most resounding, I think I can say that because that's the word they used with me, was that do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Meaning, let's not confuse the issues we have with Empower with mastery learning, because there's a lot of excellent work going on. And so that was the goal of this tonight. The second theme was Empower and figuring out, about that. So,
And that's why I said, they are, to me, they're 2 separate things. Competency-based education, fabulous, love it, I want to see it keep moving forward. I wish there was a better system, that's all. Or implementation of it, maybe.
I'm just gonna ask go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so SAU-wide, when I speak to teachers throughout the SAU, I'm hearing that the exact 2 themes, which I'll put in even more pointed terms. Our shift to competency-based model is absolutely what's best for kids, but man, Empower is tough to work with. And that was the nicest way I could possibly say that. And so we've really heard that consistently throughout our SAU, and so I've already committed to our entire faculty that in January, at the midpoint of our school year, I would be surveying all of our faculty to gather their input, and if the right thing is to make a shift to something better, then we're going to do that. We're not going to just stay with Empower for the sake of staying with Empower. We're going to, because I think we do run the risk of then losing the good work that these folks and others are doing in the classroom because of the implementation issues with the specific software package. So we've already made that commitment to our faculty. And it's important that we don't rush to judgment there, partially because you don't change in the middle of the school year. That's not possible to do. But also because of something that Jess said earlier, it does get easier with time. And so we want to make sure that we're not prematurely making a shift when really after a couple of years, it becomes more natural and works well for people. So we're being very thoughtful and pragmatic about evaluating that software, because we are not committed to it for the sake of being committed to it. Sure.
Can I just jump in with one additional follow-up? On implementation, I know at the high school, so one of my roles is I'm the Empower teacher lead. In terms of what that means is teachers can come to me as well as Natalie and Kathy and say, like, these are the struggles I'm having. And I can tell you that, like, yes, I have been a very popular person at the high school. But I think that the thing I might push back on a bit is there have been, like, years worth of training offered to teachers. There were multiple summer sessions. So I don't think it was more of a just toss them out there and go. But that's my perspective.
I'm gonna add a little piece. I think I'm not a huge software technology person. I'm just teach it to me so I understand the general and then I'll figure it out on my own. What Empower has done for me is it has made me more authentic in creating my activities. Because it asks me, what standard are you going for? What level are you gonna score it at? It has me think, as Tony was talking about earlier, it's asking me questions that MMS never asked me. Power School doesn't ask me. So, as you can see, I'm passionate about Empower. I may be the only person who enjoys it, but I'm gonna stand there.
That's not a good thing, Jay.
I mean it. I'm very passionate because I've spent a lot of time understanding the philosophy of Empower. Perhaps these people who are smarter on the computer know the glitches that I just, for some reason, don't hit. But Empower is, in my mind, it's a darn good software. And I'll sit with students and look at their profile. And what they like about Empower is it's not averaging. Averaging kills you. Because one day when you take the quiz, you had a bad day. It shouldn't be averaged in, right? It's not. So, anyway, we could go have coffee and.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm gonna just ask a couple questions. They're mostly gonna center around Empower, and the question is really for Bill, Adam, or Christine. So, I agree mostly, Bill and I think you are in the same mind. You know, conceptually, mastery learning is the way to go. You're seeing it in the corporate world, you're seeing it globally being implemented. Because we all know, for any of us who went to high school through the 80s, like, very rarely did you walk out there mastering anything. You learned a portion of it and you walked out when time was up. So those days have to be over. Having said that, I feel like the implementation is really killing us. And I feel like it's centered around Empower because I'm hearing a lot about Empower. So the question I have about Empower is was Empower a training issue? Was it a lack of training issue? Is Empower a beta? Do they have the support staff at the company to help us when we have, you know, technical modifications to make on the backside? Like, do we need to like call the CEO and drag their keister in here and have a discussion, a full-blown discussion with them about making sure that this system is operational for us? I know it's a lot wrapped into one, but I'll put it to you and then you guys want to follow up.
I'm just gonna give you, because I'm late to the party, because Empower and training and all of that occurred well before I arrived on scene. But when I go back and look at the design and how it's been implemented over a number of years now, and I look at how much has been available to teachers as they try to roll it out through the 9th grade, the 10th grade, you know, it's there. I mean, the amount of work that my two deans have done, Christine has done, has been phenomenal just in terms of trying to bring folks along. And so there have been summer sessions in training. We actually got to a place where people we knew at the beginning of the year were frustrated with it. We had an implementation plan that was much more ambitious than the one we have now, but when we heard from teachers, and both Adam and Christine were there, we heard from them in September how they were challenged by the software. They said, we're stopping here and we're going to do nothing but work on training people to get up to speed with Empower. So staff meeting time, late start time, in-service days, department meetings, has already been talked about, devoted to one-on-one sometimes. I've never seen, and this is not, I'm not trying to flower anybody up here, but I've never seen an assistant superintendent work so hard one-to-one with people in a building. And of course my two deans are there every day available to people. So just from a latecomer to the party, it's rolled out over time, and now we've gone from a small number of teachers to a whole building of teachers, and I think that also plays into, you know, I don't know what you'd call that, but just how we expanded the support of it, or the need for support of it, maybe playing into this frustration. We're just not getting there fast enough for people at this point.
Okay. Anything you want to add?
No, I think that covers it well. Empower has been a source of significant issue, and I think we've addressed that. We've addressed the training side of it. We are looking at whether we need to look at different software packages, as I mentioned earlier. So I'm not 100% convinced, as Jenny might be, that it's the right way for the future. But I want to reserve judgment to have more information from our faculty.
Do we have support from Empower? I mean, do we purchase this based on seat license? Is
It's a per student fee that we pay. They're actually still giving us some pilot pricing because we're still new in utilizing, so we actually had pretty competitive pricing that they gave us. One of the challenges with Empower is that it's a fully customizable system, which means there's a lot of work on the back end, and Amy was deeply involved with Assessment Grading and Reporting Committee in looking at all of the different software options. And we screened every different software we felt could work for us, and we chose Empower because it was the only one that was flexible and could be customized to meet our needs. But once you customize, you change one thing and then it causes a glitch somewhere else, and then you have to change another thing, and that's been kind of the cycle we've been stuck in. We keep customizing, which means we keep having to adapt and to change. I have a phone call every 2 weeks at 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon, because it was the only time my schedule and the lead tech person at Empower could come together, and every 2 weeks I have a full hour with a lead tech person for Empower. And we just talk through any glitches or issues or problems we're having, or how's implementation going and what can they do to support us, and customize it. So, I feel pretty strongly that I tend to agree with Jenny that it's excellent software. It's one of the only software companies that's so customizable, but I do recognize that we've had challenges implementing because of that customization. And if it's not the right software, we want this work to be successful, we do need to make a change. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Any other? What's that?
I was gonna say,
Yeah. No other questions? Okay.
Just one of the
Yeah, go ahead.
just as part of your whole vetting process, looking at other packages, what other, districts are using it? What was some of their feedback?
Yeah, so only one other district in New Hampshire. They're a very small company, Empower. There's a district one other district, Shaker Regional in New Hampshire is using it. I've just recently connected with them, but I've been talking to a school district out in Colorado that's been using it for 10 years. So the software's been around for a while. It was actually developed by, in partnership with Marzano Research Laboratories, with the Lindsay Unified School District out in California. So at a conference, I've had conversations with Lindsay Unified School District and with Westminster School District in Colorado. So I've had conversations with school districts, and really what they've shared with me is that, yeah, it's a long startup because it's so customizable. But that might not meet our needs and work for us. So I have worked with other districts. It's just, there aren't that many in this area using it.
All right, so I want to open it up for public comment. So how this typically works is, typically at board meetings, people will come up, you state your name, what town you're from, where you live, you make a comment. Typically we don't entertain questions, but I think it's really appropriate tonight for us to get your feedback and be able to answer any questions you have for a certain period of time. So why don't we open it up for public comment, and we'll go from there. I know you had your hand up first, and then we'll go over here after that.
Well, good evening, everyone. Patrick O'Mara, South Egan alum, currently reside in Milford, so I don't know if that makes my opinion less valid. I want to start by saying most of you see me walking around South Egan. I'm still very involved with the Alumni Association, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for all of you, especially you, Jenny. You were one of the hardest educators I've ever had to work with, and you pushed me and you challenged me, and you let me know that just being good at general things didn't mean I was specifically good at biology, and so I thank you for that. The only challenge that I will pose to you is the notion that this has now provided equality in education for the first time that you've seen in 10 years. Because over 10 years ago, I was a student at Souhegan, and I was one of 3 students that brought forth a proposal to apply weighted GPAs. Because at the time, while I was taking AP Human Geography and someone else was taking World Studies, our grades were the same. Now, it's my understanding from what I've heard from, I've talked to a couple of your colleagues, I've talked to a couple of current students, that the GPAs were weighted, but now it seems like this competency base is taking that away. Because if I'm taking AP, AP Human Geography, and I get a 3, right, out of a scale of 4, and someone who's taking World Studies gets a 3 out of a 4, this competency it's there but it's not. Does that make sense? Like, not trying to like sound like some elitist person, but like, if I'm taking a higher level course with someone who's in my same grade and they're taking a lower level course, but we both get 3s, what's the difference there?
Can we have Christine? Is it okay, Christine?
That wasn't addressed to you, Jay, I just was
Yeah.
staring at you because I love you.
So we currently do not have a weighted GPA at Souhegan. A proposal went forward to Community Council to implement a weighted GPA with the class of 2023, which is the freshman class. So that proposal is still being finalized in Community Council. There's another proposal that would have both the weighted GPA as well as the regular GPA both appear on transcripts. So that right now that proposal, it was approved for weighted GPAs for starting with the freshman class. And one of the reasons or the rationale for that is because with competency-based, you have the same scoring scale, but your standard is actually above what the expectation for high school would be if it is like an AP course, for example. That was the rationale that when the proposal went forward to Community Council.
So how does that affect the student applying for college?
So we would have a weighted GPA for students in the class of 2023 and moving forward after that. And that would basically give a student who took a running start course, which is a college level course, or an AP course, which is also looking, is at the college level. It would give them a 1 full point. So instead of getting, say they got an A+, instead of getting a 4.3 in their GPA, they would have a 5.3 in their GPA.
Nothing for the kids before that? Like, my son is 2021.
The proposal was for the class of 2023 that went forward to Community Council. In prior year, and Amy will be able to speak better to this, in prior years, proposals had gone forward and did not pass.
Correct. Yep. So this just passed last year. So just to answer your question, this competency-based, mastery-based learning does not preclude weighted GPA.
Okay, just if I could make a clarifying point, I guess I'm also concerned about the whole notion of you had a bad day. Because I can have a bad day at work, but if I get called into my boss's office and my numbers aren't there, it is what it is. You had a bad day, you scored poorly on a quiz, it shouldn't just disappear. You know what I mean? Like the average, if I need to make sales at 18, new sales a month, and I only hit 10, that doesn't go away. That affects me professionally. So what are we teaching kids?
Sorry, is this, it wasn't a question, so I'm not gonna respond.
Yeah, that's just a comment.
Sorry, yeah,
You don't have to
I don't wanna get in the habit.
We do have another question or comment over here. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Georgia Craven. I'm a junior at Souhegan. I'm very involved in student leadership. I'm on community council. I hold an executive position on community council. I helped to found the junior chapter of Ethics Forum this year. I'm very involved with all students. I reach out to all students to ask them about this. I would just like to point out that, first of all of these teachers are wonderful people. I wanted to express that. None of what I'm going to say will be anything against these wonderful people. I love them all, and they helped me incredibly throughout my high school experience. But I think that if we were really trying to look at what happens in the classroom with this, we should have called in some students, because my experience with this, I take 6 courses this year. None of them have the same grading system. There's more disorganization this year than there ever has been in the past, in my experience at Souhegan. I'm not saying that for any reason but to express the truth to all of you. Last year, I was a sophomore, I had Jenny. Jenny did an amazing job explaining how this went, and she is one of the most impactful teachers I will ever have, and I learned probably the most I've ever learned in a course in the classes I've had with Jenny. And if every teacher could have the same understanding of this system and passion for teaching as Jenny does, I think I'd be the smartest girl in the world, because honestly, but really, what you guys should see is the kids going through the hallway that literally are crying. I have had friends coming to me saying, "This grading system is ruining my life," or or like I don't know what my grades are. I went through half of first semester not knowing one grade I've had. One of my classes, I got my progress report grade. It was in the form of like a 2.87, something like that. So I had a B. Then I was assessed on 2 things. I had 2 quizzes. My scores were a 92 and a 92%. I don't know where the percentage came in. And then those were the 2 graded assessments I had. And my next updated score in the class was a 71%. I would love somebody to explain how that happened when the last grade I had was a B, a 2.87, and then I'm given a 71%. How did those grades correlate? That is the confusion that is happening with students across the board. I have talked to, I promise you, 100 students or more about this, and not one student I've talked to likes this at all, is happy, knows what's happening. If we could have every one of these teachers, if every teacher I had could have the same clarification, then this would be perfect. That's a perfect world, but that's not gonna happen. And as a junior, feeling like a guinea pig, it's the worst feeling in the world. I've started the college process. I'm so worried right now because I feel like an implementation process, I think all of you probably had these little puzzle games when you were younger where it has like the shape of a country and you like put it in. That's what an implementation process should be when you're a student. You shouldn't be stressing out about what the teachers and administration should be doing. This is affecting our stress level 100 times more than we've ever been affected before, and I promise that is not just me. That is so many other students. And mental health is already a problem in our generation, and this just tolls on. We have so much more stress because of this. And I've never been someone to be too worried about my grades. I'm not like, oh, I need an A+, I need an A+. But it's concerning to me, and that has never been a problem until this year. And so I think that you really need to hear that honest truth, because coming from a junior who loves Souhegan so much, it's really stressful, and it's not a fun thing to deal with.
Yep. Hi, my name is Andy Perricki. I live in Amherst. I'm currently the president of the PTSA at Souhegan High School. First of all, I'd like to thank the teachers, as everybody else did, for their presentation. And I have empirical evidence that the way their teaching works. I don't need to hear it. I see it every single day. In my opinion, I hope it won't come back to haunt me or my children. And I have, what I want to do is give you 3 perspectives, and I use the word perspective intentionally, and it will lead to the last question that I have for everybody. The first perspective is my own. I have here, it's a permanent transcript, it's all blacked out here, from a freshman of last year, 2018-2019. When I looked at this, I saw A's, B's, A minuses, A plus, B plus, whatever. And then I see a GPA on the end. Wow. Very, very straightforward, very, very accurate. Something that I'm used to. As Jess said, during this whole process, there's a fear. I don't want to use that word, I want to use the word vacuum. You know, we're trying to replace something with something else, and usually when you lose somebody, when something happens, there's a vacuum that occurs. That vacuum has to be taken care of somehow. I'm obviously of the old school. I like to see these things. I understand what Matt and Tony and everybody else is doing, and I think it's wonderful. I think you can't leave anybody behind. The example that Matt used of mice and men, of the 3s and the 4s, is totally understandable. Like the young lady said, if all the students could hear what they said, I think it would clarify and reduce the stress on a lot of the students. But again, I'll go forward with my other perspective. The second perspective is of a freshman right now, who was asked by me, what do you think of this 1 through 4 system? Because this freshman had that at middle school as well. So she said, and she's very astute, very intelligent. I marvel at some of the things that she comes out with. And I said, well, why don't you like it? And she said, well, because meeting expectations and growing is not going to cut it to a college recruiter. I said, okay, I understand that. So you'd like to see A's and B's and whatever the case may be. Yeah, that's that perspective. That's the second one. The third perspective is one of my very good friends is a past president of the Alumni Association at the University of Pittsburgh. I showed him this transcript, and he said, yep, this is what they want to see. And he asked me, why isn't there only one? I said, well, you're looking at a sophomore, and there's only one transcript so far. The second transcript is yet to come. And he said, well, you make sure that she has all 4 years of this when it comes time to go recruiting. I said, okay, all right. Those are my 3 perspectives. Again, Sauhegan is probably the best school that I can ever recommend to anybody. But this is not to denigrate the teachers or to lessen what they do. It's a transition point. It's a transition between youth. It's a transition point before their next transition, which is college. Okay? This transition point has to have some kind of a finite ending. My only concern is you guys are doing a great job teaching, but after you teach, my kids are going to go on to college. And I don't know if the colleges are going to be teaching the same kind of way. They may not, I don't know. But I know empirical evidence is what they're going to want to see. They're going to want to see this. And that is my concern. Matt, I've subbed for your classes, so I know how good you teach. At the end of the day, what does a 4 mean to your student? What does a 3 mean to your student? What does a 4 mean to a recruiter from the University of Pittsburgh? You know, this is the things that we need to know as parents, because we live with these kids. You know, we need to know this stuff. What's going to happen when a college recruiter sees this? They don't care about growth. They don't care about the student started with a 2 and went to a 3 and went to a 4. They're going to want to see a grade point average of 3.75. Okay. I missed part of the beginning of the meeting. I apologize. I wasn't here. Christine, I caught you in the middle of talking about, you know, translating these grades. I'm hoping that at some point in time, sooner rather than later, that these grades will be translated into something that colleges will accept. They're not part of this bubble, the New Hampshire bubble. They're not part of the transition period of 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade. They're a college, okay? And they're looking at this, okay? This is what they want to see. I just need to know as a parent that when I go out with my kids, in fact, we're going to take a road trip out to University of Pittsburgh next year with this friend who's a past alumni who is going to help us take a look at the campus. So somebody's going to go over there and say, hey, do you have any transcripts? And I want to be able to give them something that says A+, B+, 3.75, 3.80, 3.90, whatever. And that's what my goal is. I understand your goal as educators. It's a wonderful thing. You guys are doing a great job. I know it's difficult, Jess, especially you, Jen. I know it's hard work, and I wouldn't want to be in your shoes for anything in the world. But again, just to finalize it, this is what they're going to look for, and that's my comfort level. I need to know that I can go with them to a college and say, hey, yeah, this is what they are. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, if we could keep our comments to 3 minutes, that would be
Sorry.
That's okay.
I will be brief. My name is Andrew. I actually am an 11-year resident of Amherst. My son is class of 2021. He's been in the public schools since he was in kindergarten, so he's been at the tip of the spear through all these changes. He does quite well in school, but he doesn't quite understand the grading system. And I think one of the things that I heard from all the teachers was that mastery-based education is a good thing, and I cannot disagree with it, right? It's a rubric, it gives you multiple dimensions of how to look at a child's growth. I think there's an important way that you can divorce that kind of, the goodness of that, from this strange rubric of multiple numbers having to come together at some point to have meaning. My son is getting ready to look at colleges, same as the young speaker over there. We don't know exactly. I'm going to leave aside weighted because my son takes honors and AP for everything, and that's not going to be really worth anything in his final GPA, which kind of annoys me, but I think he'll still do quite well. But leaving that all aside, these sort of abstract dimensionless numbers that my son doesn't understand, when I challenge the teachers to explain them, they say, well, at least the teachers I talk to, and I'm not going to throw them under the bus, they didn't understand it either, and they get back to me. Well, I haven't gotten back to them yet. So, in any event, I think that the work that you guys are doing with the mastery and the leveling of the playing fields and the understanding of commonalities of how you should grade people, that's all wonderful stuff. It's these weird numbers that you guys admit at the end of a term that doesn't really help anybody.
Thank you. Yes.
My name is Autumn Bashara. I'm a freshman at Sauhegan. I don't personally know any of you teachers or how you teach. I don't have any of you as teachers. One thing I can say is hearing how Jenny teaches, I wish every teacher at Sauhegan taught like I'm hearing she does. She lets people decide when they feel they're ready, when they feel that they meet the standard, but that's not what every teacher does. And you, I'm sorry, I don't remember, Christine, you mentioned at the beginning that one of the main reasons that we were changing the grading system was because it was more fair and there was inconsistencies with the teachers' grading with the ABCD grading system. But I feel with this 1, 2, 3, 4, there's even more inconsistencies because different teachers have different way that they view the grading system. For instance, my friend was talking about the letter to the editor. We had different teachers for each different person had a different teacher that was grading their letter to the editor. And she was talking about how her and her friend had admitted to her that she didn't really try on letter to the editor. She didn't really care about it that much. And they both agreed that her grade would probably be better because she did care. She did try hard for it. She did a lot of work on it. But when they went to those different teachers, one teacher considers a 3 as, oh, you got a few things wrong, you're human, that's meeting the standard. And then this girl's teacher this girl who worked so hard on this project, the teacher that was grading hers thinks, okay, you need 100%, everything needs to be perfect, that's meeting the standard. So she got 2s on all of her competencies in this on letter to the editor while the other girl got 3s and 4s. And this to me seems so unfair. And many kids agree with me that, you know, they don't think that it's fair that teachers grade it totally different. And many kids have told me during lunch or just outside of school that they don't think it's right and that the grading system is not right and that they're so much more stressed out than they used to be. And yeah. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, my name's Lauren. So, and I don't know if anyone can answer this, but I was thrilled to hear the 2 master competency teachers for 11th and 12th grade say that 3 is an A-, because I think as a community and parents, we've been begging for context. Please give us some context here so we can get on board and move forward. We still have none. So that was fantastic. However, where does that leave the 2 out of 2? When you guys do that 2 out of 2, when you and you've been translating it for years, if you didn't mind, what do you do with that 2? What does it translate to? Is it possible for you to answer that, or it's fine if you can, but yeah.
If you don't mind, Christine's just going to take you through the conversion table,
Taking a little while to warm up.
and she should also be able to explain that question you just had.
Okay.
It's
So before she does that though, I wanted to say that we are,
yeah. Please sit down. Thank you. By the way, thank you very much.
so in this change,
Thank you.
those who are committed to the practice of making this change would say that we should not translate, because a 4 is not an A+. It's not the same thing, you're measuring different sorts of things. But we've heard from the community, we've heard from parents, we've heard from teachers, we've heard from Autumn with her fantastic theater/teacher voice, that this is really a key thing. And from parents like Andrew, that the transcript better look right, and from Mr. Karwicki, that the transcript better look right, must be able to take it wherever I go. And so we have heard that. And so that's part of what my recommendation is to the board tonight about what I'm calling our transitional transcript, that it's got to have this, it's got to look like this on the transcript for this very reason. So, Christine, you can walk through it, but I want everyone to hear us say that we've heard these concerns. Okay, we really have. Christine.
So this is our consistent conversion scale for 9th through 12th grade. So this scale can, currently we're not translating 9th grade. They are getting progress reports and report cards just with course scores. But for 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, for progress reports and report cards, at the end of that reporting period, teachers look at the course score that students have earned, and then they do translate. And it's a translation, but they're translating from that course score to the letter grade. So that letter grade is what is showing up on report cards and progress reports for students in 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. And Adam had shared earlier in the beginning of the meeting the recommendation for these translated letter grades to still appear on transcripts, just to give that context for colleges, because colleges are, while they receive many different types of transcripts, not all of them are traditional transcripts. There are colleges that are used to seeing these letter grades. So we do have, and this is a research-based conversion scale, we used Marzano's recommendation from Marzano Research Laboratories for this conversion scale. So this is what we're utilizing. This is what all of our teachers are utilizing.
So what happens when they get a 2
Oh,
out
sorry.
of 2?
Yeah. So what in the so the 2 out of the 2, a 2 does in a sense translate to a C-, but that 2, remember, we don't average. So the 2 out of a 2, that's in the beginning of a unit of instruction, or in the beginning of the year, the student might have a 2. That's just showing where they currently are in their learning. They only can demonstrate 2-level understanding. So then the students have an opportunity to reach that level of application of learning and maybe even extend beyond that. So they're not held back from having that 2, they're given the opportunities to reach the 3 and the 4. And that 2, if a student got a 2 out of a 2, a 3 out of 3, and a 4 out of a 4, a student has a 4. Because they've demonstrated that they've met the goal all along the way. So it's really just looking at meeting that goal level. It's not holding them back from being able to have a course score that's a high course score, even though they got a 2 out of a 2 earlier on in their learning.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not sure the students are getting that at all, just FYI.
I'm gonna just make a quick comment. So I have a college freshman who's here last year. I have a junior, who you know, and I have an 8th grader. The 8th grader is fully immersed in the mastery learning system. So I've explained it to them this way, that the way they're currently being graded is the same way you're looked at if you take a martial art, okay? If you take a martial art, you start as a white belt. You are not, when you're practicing for your yellow belt or your green belt and you're on the mat, you're not averaging your performance every time you're out on the mat. What you're trying to do is you're trying to master the moves so that you earn your yellow belt. But what you get in the end, you get a final grade, which is the yellow belt. This is the final grade. But all of the things that you're going through in between, just there's steps to getting the yellow belt. And it's not that they don't count, but it's a progression, right? It's actually a progression. And it's actually what, I work for a large global company, it's actually what we do in our company. You know, to your point, when you said if you go to work, if you don't have the numbers, you fail, blah, blah, blah. That's actually not how I see it in most of the business world now. In most of the business world now, they want you to, they want their human resource assets to grow, you know? So you get multiple, I get tested every month on all sorts of different subjects. I have multiple opportunities to take these tests over and over and over and over again until I get it. So that's the thought process. It's more like a martial art earning a belt. That's why the two part is confusing. And once I explained that to my kids, they actually got it. They understood. Courtney?
I guess on that same subject,
Yeah.
I sort of interrupted you, I just wanted to.
No, that's okay.
So,
I don't want to blow the.
if it is sort of going along like that, does that mean that there's a final exam and that's 100% of your grade? Because
No.
that's how some students are interpreting it.
Yeah.
Because you're telling me they're not averaged. So if you're going along and they sort of count, they sort of don't, I think that's sort of where the confusion is also, is that it's amorphous, that at the end, it's going to all roll together and it's like your final black belt test.
Mm-hmm.
You pass or you fail.
Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, I went to law school. You took one test at the end of the semester. That was it. That was 100% of your grade. So some student, and I've had this discussion, that's not a fair way to assist high school students. And I said, that can't be right.
No.
But that's how you're explaining it now. And that's how some students are interpreting it.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, and relative to your question, what I'm saying is the grade. I'm explaining where the two comes in. The one thing that I think we're hearing tonight is that, and I'm glad that we're getting the feedback, is, and I'll say this from the perspective of, we started having this conversation, I don't know, like 6 years ago, before you were even here, before you were here, I think, because the state came to us and said, we're moving to competency-based grading and it's going to be a requirement. So you need to move there. And many of the school systems in the state have done that. And so I'm conceptually bought in. What I'm not conceptually bought in, and I don't know if the rest of the board is either, and certainly add to my comments, is that the implementation has not gone well. The execution has been flawed.
And I think most people in this room would agree with you that competency-based is not the problem. I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but certainly. I mean, I love getting more information on report cards. And I know I've voiced this before, but you know, why we have to do it on this type of scale is my concern. Why we're not doing it on a traditional college 4.0 scale or on a 100-point scale is my larger concern. Because, and I've said this to both of you, so you know, but I've contacted colleges myself and they don't understand it. And they have said, we're not gonna spend the time to understand it. You know, basically, we have too many applications to review, so your student would be out of the mix.
Yeah, and I know Laura and I have had, not to have a dialogue with the audience, but I think it's important to understand, Laura and I disagree with this, but I've called over 30 colleges. Now I understand it. I understand this because I've been working with the students. I've sat down with them. I have a friend who's a admissions officer at Boston College. That's not what they've told me.
And that's the specific one that told me that.
That's not what they told me. But I think it's because they asked me very specific, this is what they asked me. They say, can you get AP classes? Do you have GPA? Do you have weighted GPA?
Which you don't.
Which we don't yet, yeah.
Well,
Do
we
you have
don't have
weighted GPA? And, you know, so,
Not
do you take
100%,
SATs?
we don't.
Do you-
not.
Do you take SAT? So there's some basic questions they are asking. And we put it into context, they do take Montessori schools don't do traditional, they accept those homeschooled, they get international students are not always on their transcripts are not, they convert when they come to the United States, but they're not always on a traditional scale. So it depends on, I guess it depends on the admissions officer you're talking to, and it depends on how you serve up the story.
Can I
Karen, and then
go back really quick though, since I was
sorry.
thinking-
Well, we start Karen, then to you, and then to you. Sorry. Okay, Karen.
Let me also say that during this fall, and this was one of the charges that we had from the board, which we had planned to do anyway, but during our college visits, we had sit-downs with 50 out of the 100 schools that came to visit with the sample transcript and got direct feedback from the colleges. That's why some of this too, I know people have asked, why is it taking so long? Because we've taken those steps to get feedback and to make a few changes to that original draft, I think that you saw maybe in June. So we have gotten feedback from face-to-face meetings with the admissions reps that evaluate our students. Okay, it's not someone who knows someone in admissions or someone who, these are our admissions reps that evaluate our students. So I think that's important to know that we have gone through that process as well.
I'm just going to have just a few more questions, but let's go back to you.
I just wanted to finish up really quick. So I know you said it was rolling out for 10th, 11th, and 12th. Will the 9th graders see it? Is that the motion on the table tonight? And when will they see it? Because I know we don't like to admit it, but there's a time frame here. They only have 4 years. If we really mess up this year, what is that going to do for them? And some kids are not going to be able to recover from that in the end. So I'm putting to the board, something has to be done to these 9th graders. They can't be the guinea pig. You can't leave them hanging. You can't leave them with a transcript that nobody understands. So I'm hoping that the next step is the 9th graders and that something is going to happen really quickly at the end of the semester here for them.
Yeah, if I could just answer that, you may not have heard it at the beginning of the meeting, but my recommendation to the board tonight is to have a transcript that shows the course score in the number format, but also have right next to it the A, B, C, D for the freshman class we have right now. I'm sorry, for the 8th grade class we have next year, but for the current freshman class, keep the current transcript we have right now. That has
But we don't have a transcript, that's our question. So is it going to look like our sophomore transcript did?
Yes.
Okay.
The transcript that everybody's getting now will be the transcript that the freshman.
Okay, because you have to remember, we're coming
If we
off a middle
approve this
school
motion.
year where we saw very confusing transcripts and things, and there were all sorts of problems with National Honor Society. So we're very concerned, we're in a precarious position, and we don't want that to affect
So
them.
we heard that, and that's
Yeah.
why my recommendation is exactly what it is for tonight.
I'm just going to have 2 more. Name and where you're from.
Hi,
And then Stephanie too.
I'm Simone Dodge. I'm a senior at Souhegan High School. I'm also the moderator for Community Council this year. I'll try to keep to the 3-minute time limit, and also forgive me for looking at my phone just because I took notes. And also, I know I'm not an expert in this whole competency-based grading thing, so I can only speak from my experience, so I apologize if I'm bringing up concerns or worries that maybe have already been addressed or being looked into. First of all, I'd also like to follow Jim's format of some positive and then some critical feedback, just because there's a lot of critical right now, but I think there are some benefits of what's happening in the schools. I'm really thankful to the teachers and all the effort they're putting in, and the teachers who came here tonight to speak. And I'd like to hear that we're moving towards consistency across classes and teams. I think that's really important and something that I've struggled with going through my earlier years in high school and seeing kids in other classes or other teams being graded completely differently or being given completely different assignments when we're supposed to be taking the same courses. I like that the rubrics are having look-fors on them now, because in the past, the difference between a meets and an exceeds, I'm not exaggerating, would be, does this well, does this very well, and that's really hard to interpret when you're trying to get to that 4 level. So I think the look-fors are really beneficial for that. And I like that we're moving towards this idea that learning happens over time and that students continue to learn and they shouldn't be punished for not knowing something as soon as another person. But I think that like the flip side of that is how do we keep kids accountable for learning that material, and what about students who are meeting the project deadlines and working really hard to do that, and then other kids who are like, oh, I'm just gonna blow that off because it doesn't matter. And sort of attached to a point someone made earlier, what does that teach people for in the future in your jobs or in college when you do have deadlines that you have to meet? I don't think that's totally fair to students who are working to meet those deadlines that supposedly exist, but there's no consequence if you wait 3 weeks to do it. I'm also wondering how this will affect APs, just because connected to that previous point, last year I took an AP where the teacher was very competency based, and that meant that we didn't move on to new material until everyone in the class understood the current material, which meant that we went through less than a third of the material I was supposed to know for the AP test, and I ended up spending all of my spring break teaching myself the other content for the test. So how do we stay on the AP track if we want to offer AP classes, if we're going to not teach, continue to teach new material if not everybody knows it, or at least that's the system that teacher used. And also the chance to continue teaching something over time and go from a 2 to a 3 to a 4 is it doesn't happen as much in APs, because it's you know it or you don't, we're moving on to new stuff because you have to cover so much material. So I'm wondering about that. And also at the beginning of the meeting, one of the motions was talking about transcripts and getting input from community council. I'm concerned to hear that wording just because the Sauhegan Constitution states that community council has final say over what the transcript looks like. So that should really be being decided by council and not getting input from council on. And sort of echoing George's point that I wish there were a group of students here tonight who got to speak about their experiences also, especially because Christine was saying is that every grade is having a different experience with this based on past years and everything, so that would have been nice to see. And I have a couple other points, but I'm going to try to cut them off because I don't want to talk too long. But I'm excited to see when we have a time when Empower is available to everyone to be able to look at their grades, because I think that's going to clear up confusion. Right now, even if I ask some of my teachers who have Empower what my grade is, they don't know. And that's a little frustrating. So, especially with applying to colleges, and when we had to send out our progress report grades to colleges, and I have friends who the highest they could get in their classes was a 2 out of 2 or a 3 out of 3, and they got their progress reports with a B- or C+ on it, and that was getting sent out to colleges, but they didn't have the opportunity to get to a 4 level yet. So I'm wondering, moving forward as everyone is on competency, what's that going to look like for seniors who are applying to colleges and have to send scores to schools halfway through their school year? So,
Stephanie, you're the last one.
Okay, I'll be quick, I hope. The thing that I keep hearing over and over tonight is that it just feels like none of us really understand the whole system. And I know there were some presentations that were done back at AMS before the open house or something. That's not enough. It's not enough. We need to have something for the entire school, for the kids, for the parents, something that explains exactly what these teachers did, and then hopefully you hear that the 11th and 12th grade teachers are as spot on as the teachers that were here tonight that spoke, because I think they're amazing. So I'm hoping that there's more reach out and more discussion, so if this all goes forward, that everyone really understands it. My other question is, so we've talked about just the competency piece. My question is also about the work study practices that are broken out. Communication, collaboration, self-direction, and my favorite, creativity. How do you score these? How are they objective, not subjective? Or are there rubrics for them? Or is it, hey, I think this kid's a 3 because I think they do good? I don't know. But it matters because it's on the transcript.
Yeah, sounds like a question, so you guys want to respond to that?
Yeah, so we do have rubrics for all of our work study practices. Ninth grade students are able to access those rubrics in Empower, and it's certainly something, Kathy, I don't know if they're on our website, our work study practice rubrics. I know they are K-8, but I'm not sure if our 9-12 ones are on our website. If they're not, we'll certainly get them up on our website.
I think the kids need to understand it.
Yeah,
I think they do.
That's good feedback, thank you.
Because, and then how do you account for kids that are more introverted versus extroverted? When you have them working in a group, they act different. And how do they communicate? How do they collaborate? Are you, I don't say punishing them because they're quieter, or they're more, they take time to think and they don't just speak up right away? Or is that thoughtful? And I think as the teachers get to know the kids, that they do take that into account. And I think that's fine, but I do get worried about it.
Jim, I heard you say that's the last one, but can I just have 1 minute?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
A name, where you're from?
Katie Dodge, and I'm from Amherst. And I want to thank you all for your service, sincerely. And really quickly, I just want to say Sauhegan's amazing. I actually just said a couple of nights ago, if it were a private school, people would be paying $20,000 to go there. But it's a public school, so people go and pay 15 grand to go over to other private schools. It really is phenomenal. So, thank you. I think, back to the karate analogy, I'm pretty sure that it's still based on a 1 to 10 scale. I feel like 1 to 4 is too broad, personally. And even another analogy for that would be diving or a gymnast in the Olympics. Can you imagine if they went to 1 to 4 from 1 to 10? 1 to 4 is just too broad to tell you exactly what you're hitting and what you're missing, in my opinion. And I think the difference between the schools giving you different, BC giving you different opinions is what's on the record with someone who's a school board member and someone who's not. I know people in admissions at Dartmouth and at University of Virginia, and they're going to tell you, someone who's on a school board, yeah, we look at everything. I mean, you know, they're liable. You know, if you're going to grade with zebras, horses, cats, and fish, we'll look at it. But behind closed doors, that's too hard to understand. It's going in the trash. You know, they actually have, on average, 30 seconds to look at every application. So we have to do what we can do to make it easier for these colleges to look at this. And I think we're fooling ourselves if we really think the schools are going to look at everything with the equal amount of time. They don't. You know, talk to any admission counselor, and they even say, we don't even read every essay. You have got to capture us the first sentence, or it's in the trash, because they don't have the time for that. So I think making these transcripts as easy as possible for these schools to understand is of the utmost importance. I think I went over my minute, but just really quickly, the middle school's doing a really good job of saying 2 out of 2 now, or 2 out of 4. I'd love to see that at the high school. My son, I'm probably ratting him out, but he got a 2, and he's like, that's a 2 out of 2 though, Mom. And I'm like, I don't know. How do I know that? So I'd like to know if that's a 2 out of 2 or a 2 out of 4, like you're doing at the middle school now, which I really appreciate. So thanks again.
Thank you very much for your comment. Just to give you confidence, my friend from BC is a college friend I've known for 30 years, so she's not going to keep it real with me, nobody will. And the other 30 schools, they had no idea I was a school board member. Actually, I went and I called and I said I was a concerned parent. I said, I'm a very concerned parent, I'm very concerned about this. I mean, I do have a junior, right? I want to figure out whether or not he's going to be able to get into college or not. So, none of those schools know what a school board
I still think we just need to make it as easy as possible. These transcripts.
I agree. I think we've had a conversation before about having competitive advantage on these transfers for our kids. So, I'll entertain just one more. We really need to get to budget.
Jim.
Yes.
These people drove in the snow on unpaved roads, or not unpaved, but on plowed, and they waited 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'd like to give anyone who has an opportunity to speak that came and waited all that time. I think we owe it to our town.
I just recognized him, so go ahead. What's your name and where are you from?
I'm Bill Taylor. I just want to make 1 point, and I don't want to get lost, and it's Laura's my wife. She made the point before. First of all, Sauhegan's a great school. That's part of why we're all here and why we're fighting for it. I appreciate what Adam said at the beginning about we don't want to penalize our kids. I think that's critical. One of the concerns that I have with the new grading system, I have a senior and I have a freshman at the school, and I have a daughter who Sauhegan was prepared her well for her college experience. So I know Sauhegan's a great school. We can send kids from this school anywhere in the world. We need to make sure they have that chance. One of the concerns I have is some of the schools that my son applied to required self-reporting of grades. There's no 1, 2, 3, 4. There's either A+, B, whatever, letter grades, or there's a 0 to 100. And one of the schools said, if you deviate from that and it's not on your transcript, and we accept you and you pay your deposit, and then we get your official transcript and it doesn't match, we're rejecting your admission. So it's something to consider. It's not something to, in my opinion, that we should play lightly with. And I appreciate what the superintendent said about having a second set of scores. I think we have to have some way to make sure that our kids aren't penalized. So.
Thank you. Okay, it's 8:30.
One little comment.
Go ahead. What the heck?
I'll be quick.
I'm like so violating school board rules. Yeah.
I think it's great that everybody's trying to move education forward in a competency-based system.
Can you just, again, your name?
Okay,
Sorry.
Jim Fischera from Amherst. The concern that I heard tonight when the teachers were talking, saying that it was great that 99% were behind it, but the understanding isn't there. That's concerning if the people that are teaching this don't understand it. How do we expect our students and the parents who are guiding the students to understand it as well? I think that really needs to be pushed forward and put as a priority. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, thank you everybody for coming. Any other comments from the board before we move on? No?
I guess, yeah, I mean, we heard a lot tonight, and it does sound like there is consensus around mastery-based learning. But there also seems to be consensus that there's a lot of confusion and implementation issues that are affecting our students right now. So I think we need to have our superintendent address that for us and our principal.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyone else? Ken, Laura, George?
I'll make one comment and just add a little bit of a side conversation, and it's regarding the interim marking, right? So where to your Blackville analogy, as you progress, 2 out of 2, 3 out of 3, 4 out of 4, hopefully is what you get at the end of the term, at the end of the grading period. So 2 out of 2, to some other folks' concerns, in my mind, should be an A, because you're on course then to get an A by the end of the term. So that's what your progress report should say. If it says something else other than that, that's a problem in my book. So I just want to make sure that that's noted, and if that's not happening, we need to figure out a way to fix that, or at least explain why it's different. Because I think that's the other part of the frustration I'm sensing, is there's no explanation of why something that seems intuitive is not. Excellent, thank you.
So we have 2 competing set of motions here. One was sent out this afternoon, a requested board action from the superintendent on 2 motions. And then Laura sent to me to be included, and I think Danae, do you have copies of these that Laura sent? As three motions. So let's see if we can reconcile these and just get to a couple of motions that just make sense so we can make this work. Adam, can you just talk about your motions just quickly and see if...
Yeah, again, we have a freshman class that started their school year, they're halfway through it, and they're expected to have a transcript that's not yet completed or adopted yet. I think there's a fundamental fairness issue with that, and so I'm recommending that that we develop a transitional transcript, I'm calling it, on our way from transitioning from a fully traditional system to a fully competency-based system in the future, however many years that takes to move to that point. But during this interim time, a transitional transcript that displays for every course the competency score and a letter grade that everyone understands, so that we're putting our kids in the best light forward. Once colleges and the rest of the world catches up to our practice, I think we can revisit down the road. Maybe those letter grades go away eventually, but that's not something I think we should even have on the horizon quite yet. So my first motion is to make that recommendation that our class of 2024 is the first one that might be exposed to that transitional.
They're 2023, which was my confusion about the ninth grade.
All right, well, so let me finish it. So the class of 2024, which is our current 8th grade students, would be the first ones exposed to that transitional transcript. Everyone before that would have the same transcript we've had at South Egan for many years. So for freshmen, removing that concern and having it be the transcript Mr. Karwicki showed earlier for them. If, when we go through the process of looking at this transitional transcript and we come to consensus on it and we feel confident about it after community council approves it and after the school board approves it, which unfortunately state law requires the school board to approve it, so community council is an important step and not the final step. Then perhaps we say we circle back to our freshman class, and perhaps that's in their best interest at that point in time to have a transcript that we consider even better than what they have previously. But that's not even on the table for me right now. Until that process is completed with fidelity, where we have consensus about what a transcript should look like, I'm recommending that we start with the class of 2024. So that's my first motion.
Okay.
Jim, I think that I have a motion.
Yep. Well, yeah, Laura, do you want to talk about your motions?
I have extra copies if anyone would like them to look through them. And my motion is that I think Adam is in agreement on this, that he has decided to support it, or has come to the conclusion that the South Egan class of 2023 current freshmen will continue utilizing the traditional transcript which is currently used in the class of 2022 with A, B's, and C's with the addition of weighted GPAs. The work study practices will not be included. So I think Adam and I both agree on this motion, but I'd like it to be passed by the board. Is that, I mean, you just made a statement that you wanted the same transcript?
Fundamentally the same thing, yeah.
I just want it to be passed formally.
Well, I will add, my motion also includes a statement we're committing to transitioning to that transcript over time as colleges become more familiar. I think that's an important corollary. Our faculty has committed doing the research, investigating best practices, and doing what is wholly good for students in the long run. And I want to make sure the board, I only feel comfortable changing our transcript practices for our freshman class, and perhaps beyond if I know that our board is behind us, that we're on the right path.
Adam, those are two separate motions. The motion I have is totally independent of yours, with the motion number 1 for the freshman class, which isn't your motion at all. And I would like the board to, I would like to motion this to the board. Do I have a second?
Can you read your motion out loud again?
South Egan class of 2023 current freshmen will continue utilizing the traditional transcript class of 2022 formatting with the A, B, C, etc. With the addition of weighted GPAs, work study practices will not be included. And I gave, underneath this is not part of my motion, I know I gave you all copies, I was just made notes of what supported my discussion. So that is my motion.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How is this fundamentally different than Adam's number 1?
That's what I'm trying to figure out too.
I don't think it is. It's my.
Adam's number 1 deals with 8th grade transcripts. This is for 9th grade, class of 2023.
You're saying that this is not going to, this is going to continue for a current freshman, right? And that's what he's saying. And so he's saying he's not going to implement the new one until current 8th graders, which is the same thing.
Well, he decided that the class of 2023 can have a traditional transcript this afternoon. So I would like to pass it with a motion to solidify that this can't just change tomorrow when I would like the board's support. The class of 2023, the freshmen, have not had access to Empower until December 1st. So they've gone a third through the school year without having access to the rubrics they're being graded on. I don't think that's fair, and having to put that on a permanent transcript, which is going to colleges even as a freshman, I think it's a serious issue that as a board we should be responsible, and I think there's lots of evidence that colleges aren't ready for A's and C's. I presented this, or for taking out A's and C's.
I'm not arguing that at all. I think the issue is that these are both the same. Once, to Jim's point earlier, once we figure out what we want to bring forward and motion on, we will motion and vote on as a board, regardless.
Right, they're separate motions. His motion is different than mine.
So, there's some details here. Laura made a motion on her draft here, okay? To me, it looks qualitatively qualitatively the same, with the exception of the fact that Adams doesn't specifically say that the class of 2023 and going forward, I guess, the class of 2020 will continue with traditional transcripts. Is that correct, Laura?
Is that what the hang up?
That's a different, yeah, I do have a different motion number 3, regarding the 8th grade transcripts.
Right.
Which is different than Adams as well. But this is, my first motion has to do with the freshman transcripts.
So, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
So, isn't the class of 23 just gonna be the exact same as the current sophomores through seniors? So I guess I'm wondering why we need to have a motion addressing the class of 2023, because they're gonna be treated the same as the rest of the school, right?
So we really need to have a second on the first motion in order to have a discussion.
Okay.
Technically.
I was just asking a clarifying question.
So I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Okay, now let's have a discussion. Okay.
So, yeah, so I guess my question is, why do we need to speak to the class of 2023? Because their transcript is gonna be the exact same as the rest of the school. Is my understanding correct? Okay. So, that was addressed to you, Laura, sorry. So why do we need to have a motion regarding the class of 2023 when their transcript is going to be the exact same as the rest of the school?
Well, because up until 2 hours ago, it was going to be that the class of 2023 had to have numbers on the transcript instead of letters.
But now they don't.
So now, 2 hours ago, Adam has proposed that the situation is such that we'll keep the transcript for 2023, and I would like the board's support just to solidify that decision, rather just, what if Adam 2 hours from now changes his mind? I feel like having a motion on the record solidifies so that students who are in this class can have a little less stress.
Well,
And parents.
Yeah, okay. So, I think it's very dangerous when we overly legislate this, okay? Very, very dangerous when we overly legislate this. We hire the superintendent to be the chief executive of the school. We want to make sure that this happens with fidelity, but we don't, as a board, we don't work in the school. Otherwise, we'd be employees. So, I want to take everybody back to the whole point of having these motions. The whole point of having these motions is to have a recorded decision by the board that can be referenced with the public. So, you know, it doesn't matter to me if we have motion 1 that Laura wrote or motion 1 that Adam wrote, if it captures the essence of what we're seeking to accomplish. Then what we're seeking to, my view, what we're seeking to accomplish is virtually the same. It's just, we're going to approve a transitional transcript for the class of 2024. And what we could do is take Adam's motion, and just say, the class of 2023 is gonna continue to have a traditional transcript. Class of 23, 22, 21, 20 are gonna have a traditional transcript. Or a current transcript going forward. And that would, to me, that would capture everything, I think everything you want, Laura, correct?
Well, I have.
Without having like 3 different motions.
I have a separate discussion about Adam's proposed motion, and that's why this is a little bit different, and I was trying to separate it. Of course, I only received this 2 hours ago, and I gave him mine a week and a half ago.
Yes, in fairness, in conversations we've had, I've been telling you for about a month that this is probably gonna change, right? True? I mean, you're saying that you only just received this a couple hours ago, but I have been telling you for about a month that this is probably gonna change.
I have not received any confirmation.
But.
Unless the board wanted it to change, or unless people wanted it to change, that's what I've been told.
Right, but what I'm saying to you is that the administration is going to come and give us a different proposal for about a month now, when you've called me and asked me about this, so. I don't wanna impinge Adam's reputation here, I mean, he has been forthright in coming to us and making changes when we've asked him for that. I just wanna make sure that's clear. Having said that, I think that the motions are good, we need to codify this.
Can I just say real quick?
Yeah.
It looks like Adam's motions have taken Laura's ideas into play, and so he's used that to help formulate his motions.
Yeah.
And did they come to this late this afternoon, or this afternoon? Yes. But that's okay.
Adam, how long have you been talking to your staff about this?
Year and a half.
Okay. All right.
My only, well, never mind, we're still on Laura's.
Do we want to, I mean, George, you have anything you want to add?
No, again, but to your point, I want to caution, that though I do appreciate where Laura's coming from, that we get too granular in this, because you do, and I think he does capture the essence of what we're trying to move forward with. So whether it's a motion that kind of fortifies what Adam is, basically putting forth and picks up some of Laura's, key points, I'm for it. So to your point, I think I'm here in support of what he's putting forward.
I support what Laura has written here. I just want to make sure that it also includes the fact that the class of 2024 is going to have the transitional transcript.
Right, but can't we evaluate that motion after? I'm new to this whole school board process. Can't we adopt this motion and then we can discuss Adam's motion and my second or third motion?
We can. I mean, we can vote on this motion 1. It's been, you raised it, I seconded it, we can vote on it right now.
I don't think Adam's in disagreement. He had supported it due to the fact that the school was having some trouble implementing as well.
So are we ready for a vote on this motion? We've talked about it quite a bit.
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not, because I'm still not clear on what, again, I think they're both pointing towards the same endpoint. I'm just still not seeing, I guess I need more clarity in this, because what he's presenting and what she's presenting, to me, they both accomplish the same thing. I guess we're all talking about specific wording or verbiage, and is that what it is?
His
essentially, yeah.
Motion is more about my third motion, and I wanted to pass my first motion, which is implied in his
But
motions.
if his motion encapsulates all 3 of those, isn't that more efficient?
No, and I have.
But I guess that's what I'm missing then.
His motion is in conflict to my motion 3 in
How?
some small ways. I don't have a transitional transcript.
And I know you just said you just got this a few hours ago, but again, at the end of the day, he's worked on this for quite a while. I guess barring any dramatic differences between the two, I don't see why we wouldn't support Adams. That's just my opinion.
Tim?
to keep, I don't know if it's gonna keep conversation a little less or not, but can we, it sounds like we may have to just go, let's go 1, 2, 3 through Laura's motions, then go 1, 2 through Adam's motions. We can vote them up or down, whatever. And
We can always amend.
yes, we can amend
an
motions.
motion as
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was asking if we were ready for the vote.
I am
Yeah,
more
Laura.
than happy to discuss my third motion with Adam's motion. I think they're very similar. So that, I just thought this is implied with Adam's motion, but it's not stated. And I know it would reduce the stress of the ninth graders that are at the high school now, who just received access to Empower in December, to know that they'll have A, B's, and C's on the transcript.
So I guess, why do we need to pass that motion, Laura, when we've been told by our superintendent that that is what is happening? And I guess it comes to a trust issue. Is there a problem with trusting Adam to do what he said?
You know, I'm trying to be professional. I don't want to be personal or, this is
No, it's not
a
personal.
motion that I have suggested based on the fact that we've gone over this through quite a long journey.
Yeah, it's not personal, it's, he's our employee and this is what he is charged to do and that's what we're doing. I'm not opposed to amending, Adam's motion to include something about the class of 2023, if that would accomplish what you're trying to get at with the class of 2023.
So,
That would be my preference, to amend Adam's motion to include language regarding the class of 2023. Would that be something you entertain, Laura?
I'd really like to have my motion passed separately. I would prefer that, but, or at least the first motion passed separately, and I think it would be cleaner.
So let's take a vote. We're ready to take a vote on motion 1. So those in favor of supporting motion 1, sorry, you're on the line, right, Steve?
I still here.
All right.
Oh, of course.
So I'm going to start with you, Steve, and then we'll go to Pim and around the room. So again, the motion that Laura has is Sauhegan of 2023 current freshman will continue utilizing the traditional transcript for the class of 2022 formatting with ABCDs, etc., or ABCs, etc., with the addition of weighted GPAs. That's in reference to the class of 2023. Work study practices will not be included. That's the motion. Did you understand that?
I don't understand the way the GPA thing is that.
That's it. Well, it's yeah. The community council has already approved that for 2023.
Okay. Fine.
So there, she's just
Existing practice.
yeah. So she's just codifying existing or future practice, I should say. So
Since I didn't get to participate in the debate, I'll just say I'm going to vote yes because I support Adam's approach and I see it as totally consistent with Adam's motion, which I hope to vote yes on soon.
okay, so there's a yes. Tim.
No.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
So if I vote yes, so it's a tie.
Motion can't carry, that's a majority.
Yeah. So I'll vote yes. So it can't carry. Okay. So that motion is not going to carry. Do I have another motion? Pim.
I'd like to motion, Adam's motion number 1. Do we modify, when can we modify, can I modify right now?
It's your motion.
It's your
Okay,
motion.
I suggest a
so-
motion.
So I'll yeah. Modify Adam's motion. And somehow, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to throw it in there, but to approve the transitional transcript for the class of 2024 and beyond. That includes both a competency-based and traditional grade for each course and to commit, for each course, comma, or semicolon. And the class of 2023 will continue, and class of 2023 will have the current traditional transcript with the addition of weighted GPAs. And then continue on with the rest of Adams, which says, and to commit to transitioning to a strictly competency-based transcript over time as colleges become more familiar with competency-based grading practices.
I'll second that. As amended.
Let me just restate it, okay? I can. The motion is, the writer's cramp here, to approve a traditional transcript for the class of 2024 and beyond that includes both a competency-based and a traditional grade for each course, and to commit to transitioning to a strictly competency-based transcript over time as colleges become more familiar with competency-based grading practices, and have the class of 2023 continue with only the traditional transcripts to include rated GPAs. Got that?
Yeah.
Steve, did you hear that?
I did, yes.
Okay, so we got a motion from Pim and a second from Amy. Discussion? Laura?
Well, my motion 3 for current 8th grade is that the SAU needs to complete an analysis and assure the school board and the public that competency-based educational transcript, removing the A, B's, and C's, will not be detrimental for college admissions and merit scholarships considerations before the 8th graders start their freshman year, because it will be counting for them. Both transcript and school profile, which we've already at a board meeting discussed that the school profile is also important to be seen, must be approved by the school board along with objectives and key results to validate implementation before the start of the freshman year. So that we're not in this situation again where 9th graders who are a third way through their year are confused about their expectations. That was my motion, which is different than ours.
Yes.
I'm wondering if elements of that motion should rather be included in Adam's motion number 2.
Rose motion 2? Yeah.
And if we can vote on motion 1,
Yeah.
and then relook at motion 2.
Yeah.
And add on your motion.
I do like the idea that when we go to a competency-based transcript, that we do have an analysis
Absolutely.
done.
Right. That's why I'm thinking.
And that the transcript, it gives our students competitive advantage.
Yep. And I think Adam's second motion touches on that, but Laura has some really important points in there that could be combined with Adam's motion too.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Laura?
Well, and his wording to approve a transcript, how can we approve a transcript that we haven't even seen, that hasn't been provided to us?
I'm guessing he would show it to us
Right, but
when it's ready.
the motion to approve, I don't quite understand the wording of that. Are we approving it by the motion, or are we approving to approve it later? Is that,
Sounds like it's consistent.
Well, I think you're creating a process. You're directing me to finalize what the transcript is going to look like during this transitional time by ensuring that I contact all the important stakeholders along the way and report back to you by June. So you're holding me accountable to a specific process.
Okay. So let's stick to the motion that we have, is this first motion amended. Well, actually, it's your own motion. Yeah, you just borrowed language. Any other discussion about this motion that Ken made? George?
No, I think he kind of encapsulated everything that Adam put forward. And I think it also serves some of Laura's concerns as well, so I'm good.
Okay, Steve?
Yep, I'm good. Never can vote. Do you want me to vote?
All right, are we ready for a vote? Everybody's had a chance to speak.
One more comment.
Yes, sure. Go ahead, Laura.
And that was the current self-reporting on the applications, which, as you know, college applications are all online now. The self-reporting is all a pull-down menu. And it really was not quite compatible with competency-based, but that's current. And that's something to consider, that in 4 years, I don't know, we need a transcript that's compatible with self-reporting, that's the structure that is the online application.
Bill, I'm sorry. Did you hear what she just said?
No, I was just.
Sorry, all right.
Thanking my teachers.
I won't, I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe Karen, I'll direct based on what Laura just said. Yeah, the idea just escaped me, but I guess what I was going to ask is, how are we going to stay on top of stuff like that? Like if we develop a transcript and it's for the class of 2024, and how are we just going to stay on top of
So again,
this type of issue?
we have gathered a lot of information from colleges, some of them that do self-report. There's a system and a process for all of these things. Okay, so, I mean, I think that's a good question that Laura asks, and how, you know, to provide a transcript and a profile that will meet those needs.
Okay.
As simply as that, I guess.
Okay.
Jim, I would also add there were, the map that Christine had on there, there were 13 or 14 states that were advanced using competencies. And so, you know, I think we're going to have, as we move forward, we're going to see more states moving into that red zone. And as we have more states moving into the red zone, the colleges will have no other choice than to look at the way schools are assessing kids differently. And then that change is going to be visible to us.
Yeah.
So I do think there will be, as Carol was saying, there will be opportunity for us as we talk to colleges to say, how has your practice changed when you're looking at applications coming in with kids now based on where a preponderance of the public system has gone.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you both of you. All right, I think it's time for a vote, right? All right, so we have to do a roll call, Steve, because you're on the line, so I'll start with you. Do you approve or not approve?
Approve.
All right, Pam? Approve.
Approve.
Laura?
I'll wait a second.
What's that?
I'm gonna wait and.
Okay. Approve. Okay, I'll approve. Laura?
So it passes.
Yeah, that passes away.
I'm gonna stay.
Okay.
Or I'll vote no.
Okay,
That's
okay.
fine. I'll vote no.
So, 5-1. Okay, so that first motion passes. All right.
Can you provide that again?
Yes.
And read it one more time that
Yep.
I just voted on?
Yep, and I'll make sure you have this today. So it's essentially Adam's language, right? Colon and the class of 2023 will continue with only the traditional transcript to include weighted GPAs. Okay, so I have the notes here that I can provide you afterwards to make sure you have it. Did you get that one?
And class of 2023, only traditional with weighted GPS.
Yeah. Traditional transcript, yeah. Okay. All right. Do we have another motion?
Jim, I'll change my vote to yes, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Although I was kind of confused.
Okay. You get that today? Okay. All right. Does anybody have another motion to make on this?
On any of them?
Well, Adam was requesting a second motion,
Yes.
and Laura had two other motions. So I think we were talking about a fusion between
Yeah.
Laura's motion 3 and Adam's motion 2, to ensure that there's, a level of fidelity around what has to happen for that transcript to be approved. I think was the essence of it, right? And as chair, it's really incumbent upon me to wait for you to make the motion. Or it's the other way around. Delaney, you have a comment?
With this regarding the grading and reporting of again, is this, am I wrong in saying that this also has to, after these motions are done, that community council also has to review this?
Community council has to absolutely review the transcript and approve it.
Yeah.
The school board also has to, it's kind of, I know the constitution of Sohegan says something.
But the law.
Yeah, law kind of
I
oversees
understand
that.
that.
Yeah. I think it's been I'm not speaking for the board, I'll speak for myself and what I've heard over time, is that whatever transcript is ultimately developed, that this board has said in essence, it wants those transcripts to give students a competitive advantage, if that makes sense. So it's not only do no harm, and it's not only these work, it's does it give our kids an advantage over students from somewhere else, if possible. Okay. Do I have another motion from someone?
Tim's working on
Yeah.
a fusion.
Yeah. So I think I'm most of it over there. Let's see
I appreciate your motions. If I had a little more time, I'd have a better opportunity to read them.
Yeah.
A better superintendent had been a week ago. It's true.
A month ago.
A month ago.
Okay, I think I'm ready. So I'd like to motion utilizing most of the language of Adam's second motion to direct the superintendent to finalize a transitional transcript for the class of 2024 and beyond through conducting an analysis by seeking input from community council, the SAU-wide assessment, grading, and reporting committee, Sohegan faculty and administration, and from the Sohegan Public School Board.
Hopefully you're writing this down, right?
Good to know.
I can read it back in a second. I remember what I said. Yeah, no later than June 1, 2020. So that's my motion, and if someone wants to second it, then I will ask for the question.
A second.
Thank you.
Okay. Discussion.
Yeah,
And as you first and second, if you could help us understand what you said, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I just want to ensure that even though, so we're directing the superintendent to come up with this transitional transcript by June 2020. All well and good. That doesn't mean that it gets passed.
Right.
I just want to ensure that we're all on, because I think that's some of Laura's concern. I didn't state all of the, additional commentary, because I think that's what that is. It's commentary that doesn't necessarily belong in a motion, but is good practice, right? That we're going to make sure it's not detrimental to our college admissions, merit scholarship considerations, etc. And that we won't pass that, or we won't accept, whatever you want to call it, the transcript if we don't like it. But we are directing him to have it ready by June 1.
Okay.
That's how I interpret that.
So after you wrote for the class of 2024 and beyond,
Yep.
through conducting an analysis by seeking input from community council, et cetera, et cetera?
Exactly. So,
Okay.
yeah, so through conducting an analysis were the only additional words that we put for by seeking.
Can I add something to that?
You want to amend my motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
All I want to add is and align to SAU OKRs
Okay, sure.
by seeking input from community council, the SAU-wide assessment grading, etc.
Go for it. I'm
Okay.
all in.
All right, so let me read back the motion, which has been seconded. To direct the superintendent to finalize the transitional transcript for the class of 2024 and beyond by seeking input from through conducting an analysis and aligned to SAU OKRs by seeking input from community council, the SAU-wide assessment, grading and reporting committee, the Souhegan faculty and administration, and from the Souhegan Cooperative School Board no later than June 1st, 2020. Period. Okay. Did you get that, Steve?
Got it, thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay.
Can we get a school profile? A drafted structure of the school profile to
That'll be part of
explain?
it. I mean, that comes with the transcript anyway, right, Bill?
No, the answer,
No?
those are two separate documents, and the transcript is a standalone document, and the school profile is a standalone
So should
document.
we include that in the language then?
Well, at one point, we felt like we needed the school profile to help explain the transcript, and Bill and I are in agreement that a transcript should not need explaining. It should be inherent to the reader.
Yes?
So the school
Yes.
profile needs, I know we have a school profile.
Yes, we do.
It does not need as much adjustment, if any, now that we're not expecting it to be an answer key for the transcript.
Yeah, okay. That's actually great.
Actually,
Yeah.
that's good.
Happy to
That makes me
So
feel
let's,
better.
let's happily not put the school profile into the motion then, if that's what we're after. Okay, any additional discussion? Okay, roll call, we'll start with you, Steve, I think we're ready for a vote. Yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Tim? Approve as amended, yes.
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 As constituted, yes.
Okay, approved as amended. So that's 6-0. Okay. I think we've captured everything, but is there anything else?
We didn't capture our motion
Oh,
Did you, my motion two was, to provide, more mid-semester grades and grades of ABCs to the class of 2023. Because their current competency report cards, as the students discussed, are inconsistent and confusing, and they haven't had access to Empower, and I'm not, I mean, I hope that the 8th grade, current 8th grade, will have an easier time, because they'll have experienced this more.
Yeah.
But, you know, as our public comment stated, we need more outreach. The parents need to understand and have access, the students need to understand and have access.
so could you read that motion, Laura?
The motion that Souhegan should provide semester grades of ABC and mid-semester grades, including ABCs for the class of 2023.
Okay.
I think we're good with that.
Yes.
I mean, did our mid-semester report cards include A, Bs, and Cs?
What our plan was, actually, because we haven't discussed this, and where we landed on that was that as we rolled out for the 9th grade, the course scores in a progress report type format, report card type format, along with that would come another statement that would indicate for parents in their language, the ABC language, where their children were for each of those courses with a letter grade. Because we did recognize, exactly as Laura was talking about, this is new language for parents, and we want to make sure that they understand the translation to where their child is at this point in time.
Okay.
But, yeah, and aren't they, you know, their end of year is gonna be ABCD also,
End of year
so
is
why
gonna be
would
the same.
their semester and progress reports be consistent?
Right, okay.
Right.
Do I have a second?
If I
Sorry.
could, the progress report will use the course scores that the teachers are using, that mid-semester, but we're going to add a document with that to interpret those scores for parents, so they know.
Okay.
Like what that equates to, because we had talked with a midpoint adjustment along the way, parents need to know where their kids are. Kids need to know where they
Yeah,
are when
they
it
do.
comes to that language.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we're-
Okay.
all right, that sounds good. Do I have a second on this motion then?
Also,
Okay, discussion? I think we've already had it, actually. Did you hear that, Steve?
No, could you just restate the motion for me?
Yeah, I'll preface it by saying that everybody seems to be in agreement. It just says, so Egan should provide semester grades and mid-semester grades, including ABCs, letter grades for the class of 2023. And the commentary has been that, given the fact at the end of the year they're gonna get a report card for with letter grades, it's consistent. It's consistent for that class going up through the high school. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna take a vote starting with roll call with you. Yes or no?
Yes.
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 Facie, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Flores, yes.
Manning, yes, 6-0. Okay? I think that covers everything. All right. We're crushing it.
An easier topic.
We only have the budget to talk about.
Should be better.
Thank God I don't have,
Jim, can we have like a one?
yeah, thank God I don't have a 2.5 hour drive to Boston tomorrow. Being sarcastic. Why don't we just recess for 5 minutes?
Yeah. You didn't get the memo that was sent
Reconvening, you ready?
Bruce, you good?
Bruce? All right. All right, reconvening at 9:18. We're headed to budget. Adam?
Thank you. So, thank you to Michelle.
I didn't do the, I switched it around because I didn't do the policy. You want to actually hit policy first, actually?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going to be a bigger conversation. Why don't we pass it? Why don't we review the policy first? It's probably the best. It's probably the best course of action. I apologize. All right. We are reviewing. Now, you guys should have received this in your packet. And should have read it. It's policy JIH. This was discussed at the SAU board meeting on 11/14, correct?
Correct. And adopted, or approved by the SAU and sent to the boards.
Right, approved by the, yeah, so this is approved by the SAU, being approved by the other boards. We have to approve it here at this board to codify it. So, Steve, do you want to make any comments about policy JIH?
No. This is
Okay.
the first reading, so we're not going to pass it tonight, we're just going
Yeah,
to see if we have any objections and then move on.
okay. So that's a good place to start, actually. Any objections or comments with regard to the policy?
Nope.
Okay. Amy?
No.
Or?
If we disagree, with any parts of it, how would that work? We just present it at the next meeting?
Well, I guess we have to,
We should talk about it now.
yeah,
because
yeah.
Because then if we have to incorporate it.
Because the next meeting goes into the consent agenda and there's really this rubber stamp to that point.
Yeah.
Objection.
So what's your concern with?
Well, I'm a little nervous about, it kind of dances around constitutional rights, and has it been passed through separate council?
This was the recommended policy from the New Hampshire School Board Association, and I don't think there were any changes to it. So this was passed by the New Hampshire School Board Association Council. We did not ask our council specifically to review it, as we don't typically unless there's a specific concern.
I just think it's a pretty serious student searches in their property. And in the event that, you know, how this might interfere with, we have a police officer on campus or on our property. So, and if we violate even what, I just think it's a liability.
Bill, is this policy pretty consistent with policies that are utilized at the other high schools that you've led?
They come from directly from the New Hampshire School Boards of the answer is yes.
Okay. So it's New Hampshire School Board Association. I mean,
So without regret, that would go on to the consent agenda.
yeah, George, you have any comments?
No.
Alright. My experience, although I understand what you're saying, Laura, when I first read it, I had the same reaction, but my feeling is that the school system's best covered if we borrow directly from the New Hampshire School Board Association, as all those policies have been fully vetted. I feel like that gives us the best cover, for lack of a better term. So if it's without objection, we'll just send this back to the consent agenda for the next meeting.
I'll see if I have any specific things for the next meeting,
Yeah.
or I can correspond. I mean, can we do
You can,
that
yeah.
outside of our meetings?
Yeah.
You can correspond with me, you can't correspond with other board members for the purpose of making changes or drafting things. You have to be careful not to, what constitutes a meeting.
Go to the
But you can talk to the chair, you can talk to the chair, or you can talk to the
committee.
the
You
committee.
can talk to the chair of the policy committee,
Yeah.
so John Glover.
Yeah, John Glover is the chair, we can talk directly with him.
So just as a comment, in practice, it's really helpful if you have comments to make those at the SEU board level, because the idea is we're trying to be consistent across all of the boards. So it's great to do it then, because we've done that quite a bit. If someone has a suggestion or an objection to something, we talk about it at SAU, and then it can go back to the policy committee, get reworded, and then come back to the SAU, and at that point, hopefully, it's fully vetted by everyone and everyone should be satisfied. Doesn't mean we can't make changes here, it just is helpful to do that at the SAU board level.
Are we different issues than some of it, because we're in high school? Or,
We might,
you know,
sure.
over one
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah,
I
and
just
that's
think-
why it's certainly fine to make changes at our board, but it might be helpful for the other boards to hear also if there are issues that one board member might have. So just as a practice, that's something we've been trying to do, to get as much taken care of at the SAU board level before it goes to the individual boards.
We're trying to harmonize as many of these policies as we
Yeah.
possibly can.
It doesn't take away our right to make changes though.
Right.
So Thursday would be a good time to discuss it.
Well, it's already done through SAU.
So we
And
can
that's-
reach,
that's
we
why
can
it's
reach out
here.
to John
Yeah.
directly with any comments, and then it'll go back. All right, so moving on, now, turn it over to Adam to review the budget,
Thank you. So,
2 hours now.
So Michelle's great work, all of the work of each of you that participated in the subcommittees regarding the budget, the Sauhegan Advisory Finance Committee, the couple of hundred questions that were submitted about the budget that were answered has led us to being at this point tonight, which is ready for the board to finalize your budget. I want the board to be clear about the process. So from here, if you approve a budget and warrant articles, then those budget and warrant articles go to the public hearing, which will happen on January 8th. After the public hearing, the board cannot raise the budget or add any new warrant article after the public hearing. Because when you go to the public hearing, you're warning the public of what's going to be on the ballot when you come to deliberative session and then for voting. You can lower your budget or remove warrant articles if the public shows up and says that's a terrible idea, that's way too high, whatever the case may be. You can certainly make adjustments that are in favor of the taxpayers, one way to think. Okay, so what you do tonight is important because you cannot, after tonight, unless you call it a special meeting prior to the public hearing, you can't add money or add additional things to the proposed budget. Also, at the public hearing, you have to disclose your default budget calculation for the first time. That can change even after deliberative session, believe it or not. The default budget calculation can change up to the moment when the clerk prints the ballots to be printed for March. But you still need to disclose your default budget calculation for the first time at the public hearing. So we have all of that ready for you this evening. There are three parts that are important for the board's discussion this evening. The first is the budget and the default that goes along together. The second is the PPC agreement, which if approved by the board would be a separate warrant article. And the third is the long-range capital maintenance warrant article that was discussed in detail last week with the joint meeting of everyone in town. So those three things are a proposed budget of $18,377,407, and a default that's about about $10,000 lower than that amount. The proposed budget is up 1.2% for the part that affects the tax rate, which is the general fund, or 1.7% in total. 1.5% in total from last year's budget. If we're not for special education increases, the budget would be down.
The budget would be down, special education increases are $836,311, so the budget would be $17,541,000 and change, would be down 3.08%.
Wow. From the prior
year.
So the budget's up, so the budget's up 1.5%, but it would be down 3.1% if it wasn't for our increases in special education. So that's a really key point. We've made staffing changes that are significant in this budget. It includes almost $518,000 in staffing reductions in this budget to get the budget down to the 1.2% number. So we've been aggressive in meeting the board's goals, and partly to cover the cost of the PPC agreement that is on the ballot as well. So we've taken into account the board input on that, and we have a plan for that. I hear a question. So that's our proposed budget for this evening and the proposed warrant articles. As much detail or as little as you want to go forward, we can discuss tonight. And then our plan to discuss public hearing and that presentation will be at a subsequent meeting in January, probably January 6th, I think.
January 6th, yeah, the hearing's the 8th. So, cutting a little close, but
Monday will be the day that we work.
That's all we can do. Discussion, Tim.
Yeah, so it just, for my own clarification, I'm sure everybody else gets it, but the special ed increase is due to additional kids coming up from AMS?
Almost exclusively, and also some out-of-district costs. I'm as vague as I'm
Yeah, I know, you can't be that vague, I get that. So, okay, okay, thank you.
That actually incorporates us saving a bunch of dollars by operating less than the high school.
Yes.
Those kids out of district. Right, it would have been much more of an increase had we not had to start that program.
Yeah.
To piggyback on his, because I was going to ask the same thing. The special ed, that's the known and measurable portion, so those are the ones that are actually confirmed, as opposed to, so no chance of it going down, at the very least it will be that.
Well, we do carry a little bit of wiggle room in special education for what you said, because if we have students that move to the district we didn't budget for, we have to take it from athletics or textbooks or something we don't want to take it from to cover that cost. So there is a little bit of wiggle room there.
But you're being conservative.
We are.
You're being conservative. Okay.
I mean, we're being really conservative because to cover the PPC piece, we had Adam and the staff dig deeper. So that's this is what we're gonna have to really make sure we get across to the voters, is that we're being super conservative in this budget, so if they don't vote for the budget, they might look at, 1.5%, oh my God, it's going up again, blah, blah, blah. What they don't realize is that it's being driven by special education. We've been really conservative. We're cutting $500,000 from the budget. The overall budget's down 3-point-something%. And if somebody else moves to town that's a high-cost student, it's really going to put us, in a bind. So I think we really have to make sure the voters understand that we're really.
Yeah, that was one of my comments to add before. I think, we really need to do a good job of driving that home, because there's only so much you can do outside of that special education at that point. And conservative, and you've done it. And conservative to the sense that you're encapsulating all those costs. You're not skinnying up on it to put a better budget. No, this is what we're really expecting to get.
Right.
So I think we need to do a good job of it, because you're right. Some people, 1.5%, well, on top of, I'm already overpaying, but no, you need to understand, without that, it would have been this.
Right.
So I think that's, to your point, I think we need to make sure we do a good job of that.
We'll have to make sure that gets out there. Amy, I'm
I have
sorry.
a couple questions.
Yeah.
So, my understanding is that we have a special needs, expendable trust fund to fund potential emergency move-ins. Do you have the balance of that fund, Michelle?
Looking to see if I
Okay.
do.
And then we should have
As
the
well as the
same.
CFR, right?
We should also
Or
have
CRF.
the capital needs expendable trust fund, also. So there should be a balance in there for emergencies.
So I have, as of the end of October, the special ed fund was 360,000.
Yep.
465.
I thought it was,
And the maintenance fund, 249,249.
okay.
And then there's an unfunded liabilities capital reserve of 53,723.
Okay, so the special ed, that's pretty healthy for if we have, you know, an
Well,
unanticipated move-in.
But how much, yeah, I mean,
One.
it sounds like a healthy amount, but again, how many would that cover? Is
Well,
my
it depends.
question.
Depends.
Yeah, right, so it could be and it might not be.
So I've heard of have a student that costs $1,000 a day, 365 days of the year that we're responsible for.
Right.
If we eat that up,
That
like,
would be a challenge.
Yeah,
And my next question is, so you cut 500 and change,
Yeah.
and that is based on staffing reductions?
Based on a number of things. It's based on staffing reductions, early retirements that we have that are pending, where we're planning to hire folks with hopefully less experience than the people that are retiring, and what that would save us, and then adjustments to our staffing profile in general. We have kudos to Bill. So Bill is the rare principal who I could say, here's the number, you need to figure this out, and he was able to do it because he's got that kind of mastery of the budget. So Bill and Michelle work together and hammer that out.
So are you confident that we're not cutting too deep and that we're not gonna have any problems next year with doing what we need to do for students?
We are being aggressive. All I can tell you is the number I recommended, if you remember, was 300,000 in reductions. The board's reaction to the PPC agreement was try to cover that too. And we got close. An additional, we didn't get to the additional, the 600,000 mark, but we got close. So it's aggressive. And I'm relying in part on what I know is the good work that's going to be done by Bill looking at our master schedule. And hopefully that creates, I believe that will create some efficiency as well, that will loosen up this aggressive posture. But I think it's the right thing. I'm comfortable with the number because we've heard from taxpayers, enrollment has shrunk, you need to keep pace with your staffing as well. And so I think it's really important that our PPC agreement pass. I think it's really really important we start funding long-range capital maintenance. And so I'm comfortable with the number.
I just wanna make sure, we don't wanna hurt our students.
I think we all feel that way.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a balancing act. You know, we're looking at so many moving variables that, when you think about this budget, right, 18 million plus, but then we wanna start funding that capital needs with $100,000. We wanna be able to pay our teachers a little bit more, and then to solve the what's called the equity imbalance, right, we discussed the last time. So this does all of that in a way where at least I feel like we can get these things passed, given what we've done. Would I rather not do this? Of course. I think you guys probably feel the same way, but just from looking at the numbers and just based on what I see, I think this is something where we can get voter adoption. But I don't know, what do you all think?
Do we know historically this budget as a percentage of the overall tax base? Do we know what that is? Because that's something that,
Yeah, I don't have that in my head.
because that's something we may also want to make sure that comes across, that, hey, this is consistent what we've seen. Now, you know, it could be, you know, way off, and like, no, maybe don't mention that, but just for my benefit, I'd like to know what that is.
So public hearings, when we usually first calculate what we think the tax impact might be.
Right.
We haven't done it yet because we've not done our revenue projections yet.
Right.
Which is the other half of the budget. And remember, it's two tax rates we're impacting.
Right.
Amy?
So, are the science labs in this budget?
No. No, as you will
couldn't remember.
recall, the board's directed me to create a list of projects that can be funded with surplus funds at the end of the year. And I don't get to prioritize that list after I give it to you, but when I give it to you, that will be number one.
Pam, Laura, any questions for Adam on this budget?
No.
Steve, any questions?
No, I think this memo out of this page.
You get a 4 then, right?
It was very helpful.
No, 3.5.
Yeah.
I want the Ken labs.
Laura?
I know it's very close to the default budget, so could it be explained that either one of those budgets that passes, that it's just an amount of money, or do you actually have to go through and follow everything that you stated?
So, great question. There is no such thing as a default budget. There's only a default budget calculation, which is why you'll note that whenever I write about it, I always say default budget calculation, because it's not a budget, it's a calculation. It's a number prescribed by law that says how you calculate what the fallback is should voters not like what you propose. From there, the typical practice that most boards take is take the pot of money that you do have and redistribute it, and if you're short of what you propose, find the things you're not gonna do that you said you're gonna do, so to figure out how you're gonna spend your money this year. Some boards, I will say though, there are some boards that say, nope, we got a default, we're doing exactly what's in the default budget calculation as our budget. Where that becomes interesting is if we have a bus transportation contract that increases can't go in the default budget calculation, but we have to pay the increase that's in our contract. So then if we can't do that because we're following the default budget calculation, that becomes a kind of a fool's errand in my opinion. And so the typical process is in March, we look our wounds and figure out how we're gonna make up the difference between the proposed and the default.
And that default is prescribed by the formula itself. Is that state mandated or
State law. There is things that are one-time costs have to be removed. There's all sorts of things. And I always state this whenever I have the opportunity to state this. There is interpretation of the default budget calculation, and if you asked 10 business administrators to calculate your default budget calculation, you would get 10 different numbers. That's true. The course of action that we take here in this SAU is you do the same thing year after year, so we're at least consistent. So if we ever do get taken to court, we can at least claim, well,
there's precedent?
There's precedent.
Yeah, right. So now, one other question, Michelle.
Yeah.
So outside of special education and I'm assuming the overall reduction in wages, just strictly related to staff reductions, what are the major changes we're seeing in the budget?
Well, we do have the benefits that,
Typically, yeah, so G&A
so
stuff.
that's,
Okay,
right,
yep,
so
yep.
that nature. other than that, I'm sorry, I don't have an executive summary
Right,
for this
right.
evening,
But nothing
Yeah.
jumps out, so that tells me it's more incremental along most of those lines. And typically I would see huge variances in your G&A related to benefits, wages, and special education. So that's consistent with what I would expect.
We sat down and went back and looked at the spreadsheet, and like, the only variance that really caught me
Right.
was the sped.
Yeah, you pull all that stuff out, it's de minimis, basically. is what
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
good.
Because I was looking for the same thing, like, look at that,
Yeah.
those variants.
Yeah, it's just when you go a step back, it doesn't make sense, and here's it does.
Anything else? All right, we have to vote to approve this, right? So, we have to do a roll call because of Steve's absence. So, Steve, we'll start with you. The vote is to approve the budget or not. You're up.
We need a motion.
There's a suggestion.
Oh, sorry. Yep, where's the motion? Hold on.
Corresponding to
Hold on.
Yeah, we need a
Hold
motion.
on. Yeah, so who wants to make the motion?
I'll make a motion
Go ahead.
to approve the budget. My computer died, so I don't have.
To approve a proposed budget of $18,377,407 for public hearing with a default budget calculation of $18,265,365,151.
So that's under requested board action, motion 1. Okay, Steve?
I'll second it.
Yes, and I vote yes for that.
Okay.
If you didn't get a second.
We already got a second. We're good. Tim?
Yes.
Basie, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Manning, yes. 6-0, thanks tonight.
Sorry. to throw that in there.
We can skip over the second one for now, if you want, and go to the third, so we need to discuss the PPC in non-public.
Got it, right. So we're gonna go to motion 3, Steve, and that is to approve inclusion on the warrant of the long-range capital maintenance fund in the amount of $100,000. You remember that Adam made the presentation that we were looking for $650,000 in the SAU at the facilities meeting. Our portion of that this year would be $100,000. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and my question is, in the past, we've done that out of surplus. Is this just straight without trying to expand to surplus?
So
That was your question,
yeah, well,
right?
I'm wondering, is there a distinction between the fund that we have versus this month? And I think that the answer is yes. I'm asking rhetorically, but.
Yeah. So before public hearing preparation on January 6th, Michelle and I will have our recommendation to you about whether you're creating a new fund, using the existing fund, whether it's an ETF or a CRF. And actually, Laura had several questions about these types of items that Michelle is prepared answers for. We'll provide those in advance of the 6th. I wanted to make sure that the board wanted to move forward with this before we did that work of putting together the warrant article language. So, the only question that the board ought to wrestle with tonight is whether you attempt to pull this from surplus or have this be a direct appropriation. Everything else we can handle on the 6th, which is more the technical language piece.
Did you get that, Steve?
I heard about 85% of Adam's statement, so am I just voting on a number, or am I voting on a number and a method of raising it?
Yeah, so it's both. I'm gonna open it up for discussion here in a second, because I think the question is, we need this $100,000. Do we put this $100,000 on as a separate warrant on this year's ballot, or do we pull it from the existing, right?
Either way, it would be a separate warrant article.
Either way, it's separate,
Either way,
right?
it's a separate warrant article, but the warrant article will either pull it from this year's surplus or raise it.
Or raise another $100,000. So it is both. Does that make sense?
We have to just.
Ultimately, the tax impact ends up being the same.
The same?
It's just how it's funded. If you end up with
Yeah.
unreserved fund balance that's less than what you're asking for to go into the reserve, then you're capped.
Right.
Okay. Pim?
Is this fund the same that we typically put the 65K into, or is it a different fund?
That's what we're not sure. That's what we'll
Right.
have for the 6th, is whether we're gonna recommend to you that you create a different fund or we use an existing fund. But we're
Okay.
gonna, we're gonna research the,
That doesn't look at the language that created the
Yeah.
other fund.
The other fund has always been raised through surplus.
yes.
Can I just make a comment?
That's what I was
If you have homework, you can go home. If you
Oh,
wanna
yeah,
stay, you
it's
can
like-
stay.
Yeah.
But you're looking like right now, like, this stinks being here. I'm just saying that, if you're not being rude, if you left, you're not being rude. You're not being rude if you leave.
We're all actually very
Thank
jealous.
you, Delaney.
I should have done that long time ago, Delaney, sorry.
supposed to be on to me as soon as they finish talking.
Yeah. Thanks, Delaney.
Have a good night.
You too, thanks for all your input. Okay, pulling it back.
Yeah, so if, does it make a difference what the fund is, whether or not we can pull it from surplus or not?
No.
Okay, so I, personally, even though I know we had that very long discussion about the 1.9 million, that we're gonna return it all to the taxpayers, I think we ought to give them the option of taking 100,000 of that and putting it into this account.
So you would pull it from surplus?
Yes.
Amy?
Yeah, I think I would too. With the budget and PPC agreement. It's a hard call, but
Yeah, it is a hard call. Laura?
So the surplus, is it from last year's surplus, or is this a hypothetical next year's?
Hypothetical this year's
Hypothetical.
surplus, the year we're sitting in.
Okay,
yeah, last year's is gone back to the taxpayers.
so it would be the surplus as of end of June?
June 30th, 2020.
Of 2020.
Provided there is
If there was one.
Yeah, she just asked my question as well. So if we do this and there is no surplus, what's the,
That you don't fund the reserve.
okay, so
It's
it's
the way
DOA at that point.
The way it is, the language, since you'd be pulling from reserves, is it would say up to 100,000 from unanticipated, unexpended balance, unassigned balance.
Can I just make a comment before you go? So, completely understand the logic, Pam and Amy. However, I feel like we have been, maybe this is not a too strong a word, but we have been delinquent in having our facilities be up to snuff. Every time I walk in there and I look at the locker rooms and those chemistry labs and, you know, and for as much as I hate Bedford High School, I walk in there and I'm like, this stuff's all new. All my friends send their kids over there, you know, went to high school with all those guys, you know, people. We're at the point now where I feel like if we don't ask, like it's our incumbent upon us to let the voters decide. We have to sell this to the town that we believe in this, because at the end of the day, if we don't start setting this money aside, our taxpayers are gonna be throwing good money after bad. It's just gonna become more and more expensive, the upkeep on this high school. So at some point, we have to do our due diligence, and, you know, they may say, we'll vote this down. Hopefully, when we explain it at the hearing in the deliberative, we can understand that they have a choice, so it's not an angry vote, you know, like, they don't have to vote for the 100,000, but they can vote for the budget and the PPC, like, I think we have to be sensitive in how we pitch it like that, but I don't think we can leave this off. I think we need to ask for the 100,000 so we can start building some cushion. That's just my personal, you know, as somebody who's on their way out, that's my own personal
Can
thing.
I amplify your point?
Amplify away.
So I do agree with Jim wholeheartedly, and that we need to get our voters in the habit of doing this, much like the town of Amherst has done with all of their many capital reserve funds that don't come from surplus. They have one that's a contingency fund that goes from surplus. But the second point is the voters approve this in March. If it's close, if we're not sure about our surplus, it's not June 30th that we know whether we have a surplus or not. Sometimes the accounting takes a month or so to even know. So if we have projects lined up for maintenance next summer, we won't be able to do them next summer because we may not know until August 10th whether we even have the surplus to spend that particular year, right? Whereas typically, with any kind of major maintenance project, in March and April, we're bidding those out to get them lined up, because summer slammers are already scheduled, sometimes January, February, we're actually already behind when we're waiting until March to schedule summer work from contractors. So that's just another consideration.
So are you waiting till the audit is complete, or until you're closing out the fiscal year before determining what that balance is gonna be?
I would want validation that if we're
Okay.
taking money from surplus, that it's there to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we know we got $1 million sitting
Yeah.
around, that's one thing,
That's
but I'm saying if it's a
different,
close call.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, Dave's favorite question, and if, I think you answered some money questions earlier, and just the beginning of, I think was your question, so I don't know if you answered this question already, but so typically we would get some projection of what the surplus or deficit would be for unexpended funds. Do you happen to know what that looks like for this year? Is that what you
I
answered
have-
earlier, or?
No, I did not
Okay.
answer that earlier. I was asked to have information available, for today's meeting. I have an estimate, but I'll preface that with saying that this is very early in the year,
Yes.
and there are situations where encumbrances are in place because we may need to use the money, and there are situations where there's no encumbrance in place that an expenditure could come down the pipe. So it's a very conservative estimate, but I have about 284,000 right now, so that's significantly less than where we were
Yeah,
coming
which
into
is
this year.
actually, I like better because it's a little closer to where it should be. However, to Adam's point, and as you're saying, if we get unencumbered things that come up, all of a sudden, we're below that threshold where we need to be, so maybe I understand completely what Jim and Adam are talking about, and I think I'm gonna switch it over, back over to let's ask for it outright and not worry about surplus. If we have surplus, then we just, if we have other projects or whatever we decide at that point, or it goes back to the taxpayer.
We just have to have those pre-identified,
Yeah.
those projects, which was different from last year, which is why you gave the money back.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so, where are we with the motion?
Can I just ask one more question?
Yeah, I think the way it's written here, just, someone has to make it in second. Amy?
Just normal. So how much is it to fix the science labs? You know?
I don't know yet, I know it's a $6-figure amount. If you force me to give you a number right now, I'd say 300 grand.
What about
Not
chemistry?
small.
Is that included in the chemistry?
That's,
It's the science
Just
labs.
that's,
the annex.
that is the roughest of estimates. We're taking 3 existing science labs in the annex on the second floor and making them into 2 appropriately sized science labs that could do 2 of the 3 concentrations. You could usually make a lab that can do physics and chemistry, or chemistry and biology. You can't always make one that can do all 3.
I'm talking about the older chemistry buildings in the main
So we are, it would be my recommendation that we avoid doing anything substantial to the main building until we know for sure whether we're gonna do a Sauhegan 2.0 project anytime in the next 10 years. Because then we would be throwing good money after bad. So the annex is a safe place to make changes to science labs to improve them because of that, for that very reason. But I see a member of the community who's desperate to weigh in.
Yes.
The chemistry labs need significant changes as it is for safety. And if you're investing in that, it's prudent to kind of keep the rest of the lab to, it's to the point of educational detriment at this point. And
Whatever amount of money we had available, we could spend on science labs at our high school. I mean, the first threshold is, I'm gonna guess, roughly 300 grand to transition 3 existing labs into 2 adequate labs in the annex that could be used for chemistry, could be used for biology or physics, or what, we would have to decide how we wanted to outfit those. That's what would determine how they would be used. But we could do 6 labs into 4, whatever the amount of money we have available.
no, but there are 2 specific chemistry labs already at the main building.
Yes.
that are in need of repair, significant repair.
So the Sauhegan 2.0 project recommends moving all of the science labs to a different part of the entire building. That's why I want to hold off on investing in the main building if we could. But I hear your point, I'm not sure I want to invest significant dollars in the main building until we have our plan for what we're going to do facility-wise. Even if it's 10 years out, if we know it's 10 years out, okay, then let's invest what we can now.
So when as a board will we ever discuss if Sauhegan 2.0 is even feasible? And what parts of it might be feasible? And, you know, what you gave to the public was $30 million, and basically, I don't feel you're even adding square footage to the building. It's just moving stuff around.
So we had our first step, which was this capital maintenance piece. The next step is we have to look at capital projects throughout the SAU, and that's somewhat, as I understood it from our meeting last week, or 2 weeks ago, it's somewhat dependent on the Amherst School District figuring out their needs and scheduling and figuring out when they're going to do the building projects.
Some of this discussion is happening at the SAU board because, you know, I think Stephanie had made the point, like, if you add everything up, it's like $72 million, so. I mean, we could, in a bubble vacuum, forge ahead with, you know, Sauhegan 2.0 and discussion around that. And that'll be something you guys can decide next year. I think where we've landed right now is just the needs in the Amherst School District and at the elementary level are so great that we have to prioritize that. I know we sit on this board, but I mean, we all live in the same town, we all pay taxes in the same spot. So.
No, I'm not saying that we should go forward with it, I'm just saying we should discuss it and analyze like what's practical and what's not, and because some of the things, a lot of things in the school have been waiting until we have, as a board, this discussion.
Yeah,
So, great conversation, but right now, this particular motion is around the $100,000 that we just want to have put on a warrant article. So let's kind of settle that out, and then once we get an idea of what those other projects are.
Yeah, thanks for derailing this meeting.
Classic
We
80s.
will be having further discussions on capital needs at the SAU board.
That's very fine. All right, can I have the motion on the $100,000? Go ahead, Pam, you're the motion maker tonight.
You want me to read it up? To approve inclusion on the warrant of a long-range capital maintenance fund in the amount of $100,000.
Okay,
Funded.
second by George.
Funded through new taxes.
Funded
Oh,
through
sorry.
taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Point.
Did you say through taxes or through
Funded
surplus?
through new taxes.
New taxes.
Yeah, versus the surplus.
Yeah.
Steve, oh, sorry. You want to
I
discuss?
thought we discussed surplus.
Wait a second, Steve, what's that?
I thought you discussed doing a surplus.
Well, we talked about the scenario around what would happen if we had a surplus, but this piece around the $100,000, I think we discussed around the fact that it should be a warrant article because we need to start funding. I don't know, that was my position, but I don't know if that's everybody else's position. It sounds like it's Tim's position because he made the warrant, but, sorry, he made the motion rather for the warrant.
Yes, that is correct.
And we got a second from George, but we can discuss now. So we have a motion, we have a second discussion.
So are you saying we'll ask for the money this year and then next March of 2021, we would be asking for a surplus to be added to it, or every year? I mean, how do you perceive this being funded?
I perceive there to be a warrant article every year that raises money for capital maintenance.
Right.
It has to be voted on every year.
Voted separately every year.
Versus using the surplus. But the discussion around the surplus, I think, is that, you know, to Dave's point last year, when we weren't prepared last year, was if we have this need identified, which is the science labs, that if we had a surplus and we had it sketched out what it was going to cost us And, I don't know how far you have to go, we have an RFP or whatever goes with that out there. That we could you guys could make the decision next year to use that surplus money somehow, potentially with the science labs. But it would have nothing to do with this $100,000.
Yeah, that surplus would deal more with one-offs as opposed to anything for capital maintenance or whatever should be more run rate. That should be out every year.
Yeah, I mean,
This is being funded just like the budget is being funded, just like PVC, it's just a
Right.
warrant article.
Right.
As opposed to in the past where we've said, okay, let's raise $65,000 if, put into a fund, if there's surplus available. The distinction is here, we're saying, we're gonna raise it just like any other warrant article.
And I would say the
That's the
difference is,
distinction.
the previous warrant articles were for unexpected
They were.
repairs. This is
Yes.
proactive, repairing
Right.
things that are at end of life and we don't want to.
So we have a $200-something thousand balance in the unexpected capital expenditure fund. And we have a 300-something in the for the unexpected special needs systemic fund. This is raised through taxation, just like any other warrant article.
all right, so we have a motion, we have a second, we have discussion. Let's do roll call. Steve?
Still yes.
All right, Tim?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go yes.
I'll go yes.
Yes. Or-
Yes, 6-0. Okay, and then, we're gonna need to have a motion to go into non-public, because before we make the next motion, we have to discuss the PPC contract.
I'll make a motion to go on.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Steve?
Yes.
Guanxi, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Storage, yes.
Manning, yes. All right, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, reconvening at 9:18. We're headed to budget. Adam?
Thank you. So, thank you to
I
Michelle.
didn't do the, I switched it around because I didn't do the, policy. You want to actually hit policy first, actually?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm just trying to figure out what's gonna be a bigger conversation. Why don't we pass it, why don't we review the policy first? It's probably the best, course of action. I apologize. All right, we are reviewing, now you guys should have received this in your packet. And should have read it. It's policy JIH. This was discussed at the SAU board meeting on 11/14, correct?
Correct. And adopted, or approved by the SAU and sent to the boards.
Right, approved by the, yeah, so this is approved by the SAU, being approved by the other boards, we have to approve it here at this board to codify it. So, Steve, do you want to make any comments about policy JIH?
No. This is
Okay.
the first reading, so we're not going to pass it tonight, we're just going
Yeah,
to see if we have any objections and then move on.
okay. So that's a good place to start, actually. Any objections or comments with regard to the policy?
Nope.
Okay. Amy?
No.
Or?
If we disagree, with any parts of it, how would that work? We just present it at the next meeting?
Well, I guess we have to,
We should talk about it now.
yeah,
because
yeah.
Because then if we have to incorporate it.
Because the next meeting it goes into the consent agenda and there's really this rubber stamp to that point.
Yeah.
Objection.
So what's your concern with?
Well, I'm a little nervous about, it kind of dances around constitutional rights, and has it been passed through separate council?
This was the recommended policy from the New Hampshire School Board Association, and I don't think there were any changes to it. So this was passed by the New Hampshire School Board Association Council. We did not ask our council specifically to review it, as we don't typically unless there's a specific concern.
I just think it's a pretty serious student searches in their property. And in the event that, you know, how this might interfere with, we have a police officer on campus or on our property. And if we violate even what, I just think it's a liability.
Bill, is this policy pretty consistent with policies that are utilized at the other high schools that you've led?
They come from directly from the New Hampshire School Board signatures, yes.
Okay. So it's New Hampshire School Board Association. All right. I mean,
So without regret, that would go on to the consent agenda.
yeah, George, you have any comments?
No.
Alright. My experience, although I understand what you're saying, Laura, when I first read it, I had the same reaction, but my feeling is that the school system's best covered if we borrow directly from the New Hampshire School Board Association, as all those policies have been fully vetted. I feel like that gives us the best cover, for lack of a better term. So if it's without objection, we'll just send this back to the consent agenda for the next meeting.
I'll see if I have any specific things for the next meeting,
Yeah.
or I can correspond. I mean, can we do
You
that
can, yeah.
outside of our meetings?
Yeah,
You can correspond with me, you can't correspond with other board members for the purpose of making changes or drafting things. You have to be careful not to, what constitutes a meeting.
I'll go to the.
But you can talk to the chair, you can talk to the chair, or you can talk to the
Committee.
the
You
committee.
can talk to the chair of the policy committee,
Yeah.
so John Glover.
Yeah, John Glover is the chair, we can talk directly with him.
So just as a comment, in practice, it's really helpful if you have comments to make those at the SEU board level, because the idea is we're trying to be consistent across all of your boards. So it's great to do it then, because we've done that quite a bit. If someone has a suggestion or an objection to something, we talk about it at SAU, and then it can go back to the policy committee, get reworded, and then come back to the SAU, and at that point, hopefully, it's fully vetted by everyone and everyone should be satisfied. Doesn't mean we can't make changes here, it just is helpful to do that at the SAU board level.
Are we different issues than some of it, because we're in high school? Or,
We might,
you know,
sure.
over one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
just
that's
think-
why it's certainly fine to make changes at our board, but it might be helpful for the other boards to hear also if there are issues that one board member might have. So just as a practice, that's something we've been trying to do, to get as much taken care of at the SAU board level before it goes to the individual boards.
Yeah, we're trying to harmonize as many of these policies as we
Yeah.
possibly can.
It doesn't take away our right to make changes though.
Right.
So Thursday would be a good time to discuss it.
Well, it's already done through SAU.
So we
And
can
that's-
reach,
that's
you
why
can
it's
reach out to
here.
John
Yeah.
directly with any comments, and then it'll go back. All right, so moving on, now, turn it over to Adam to review the budget,
Thank you. So,
2 hours long.
So Michelle's great work, all of the work of each of you that participated in the subcommittees regarding the budget, the Sauhegan Advisory Finance Committee, the couple of hundred questions that were submitted about the budget that were answered has led us to being at this point tonight, which is ready for the board to finalize your budget. I want the board to be clear about the process. So from here, if you approve a budget and warrant articles, then those budget and warrant articles go to the public hearing, which will happen on January 8th. After the public hearing, the board cannot raise the budget or add any new warrant article after the public hearing. Because when you go to the public hearing, you're warning the public of what's going to be on the ballot when you come to deliberative session and then for voting. You can lower your budget or remove warrant articles if the public shows up and says that's a terrible idea, that's way too high, whatever the case may be. You can certainly make adjustments that are in favor of the taxpayers, one way to think. Okay, so what you do tonight is important because you cannot, after tonight, unless you call it a special meeting prior to the public hearing, you can't add money or add additional things to the proposed budget. Also, at the public hearing, you have to disclose your default budget calculation for the first time. That can change even after deliberative session, believe it or not. The default budget calculation can change up to the moment when the clerk prints the ballots to be printed for March. But you still need to disclose your default budget calculation for the first time at the public hearing. So we have all of that ready for you this evening. There are three parts that are important for the board's discussion this evening. The first is the budget and the default that goes along together. The second is the PPC agreement, which, if approved by the board, would be a separate warrant article. And the third is the long-range capital maintenance warrant article that was discussed in detail last week with the joint meeting of everyone in town. So those three things are a proposed budget of $18,377,407, and a default that's about about $10,000 lower than that amount. The proposed budget is up 1.2% for the part that affects the tax rate, which is the general fund, or 1.7% in total. 1.5% in total from last year's budget. If we're not for special education increases, the budget would be down.
The budget would be down, special education increases are $836,311. So the budget would be $17,541,000 and change, would be down 3.08%.
Wow. From the prior.
From the prior year.
So the budget's
That'd be
up,
nice.
so the budget's up 1.5%, but it would be down 3.1% if it wasn't for our increases in special education. So that's a really key point. We've made staffing changes that are significant in this budget. It includes almost $518,000 in staffing reductions in this budget to get the budget down to the 1.2% number. So we've been aggressive in meeting the board's goals, and partly to cover the cost of the PPC agreement that is on the ballot as well. So we've taken into account the board input on that, and we have a plan for that. I hear a question. So that's our proposed budget for this evening and the proposed warrant articles. As much detail or as little as you want to go forward, we can discuss it tonight. And then our plan to discuss public hearing and that presentation will be at a subsequent meeting in January, probably January 6th, I think.
January 6th, yeah, the hearing's the 8th. So, cutting a little close, but
Monday will be the day that we work.
that's all we can do. Discussion, Tim.
So, it just, for my own clarification, I'm sure everybody else gets it, but the special ed increase is due to additional kids coming up from AMS.
Almost exclusively, and also some out-of-district costs. And I'm as vague as I'm
Yeah, I know, you can't be, I get that. So, okay, okay, thank you.
That actually incorporates us saving a bunch of dollars by operating the program at the high school.
Yes. So it's kids out of district.
Right, it would have been much more of an increase had we not had to start that program.
Yeah.
To piggyback on his, because I was going to ask the same thing. The special ed, that's the known and measurable portion, so those are the ones that are actually confirmed as opposed to, so no chance of it going down, at the very least it will be that.
Well, we do carry a little bit of wiggle room in special education for what you said, because if we have students that move the district we didn't budget for, we have to take it from athletics or textbooks or something we don't want to take it from to cover that cost. So there is a little bit of wiggle room there.
But you're being conservative.
We are.
You're being conservative. Okay.
I mean, we're being really conservative because to cover the PPC piece, we had Adam and the staff dig deeper. So that's this is what we're gonna have to really make sure we get across to the voters, is that we're being super conservative in this budget, so if they don't vote for the budget, they might look at, 1.5%, oh my God, it's going up again, blah, blah, blah. What they don't realize is that it's being driven by special education. We've been really conservative. We're cutting $500,000 from the budget. The overall budget's down 3-point-something%. And if somebody else moves to town that's a high-cost student, it's really going to put us, in a bind. So I think we really have to make sure the voters understand that we're really.
Yeah, that was one of my comments to add before. I think, we really need to do a good job of driving that home, because there's only so much you can do outside of that special education at that point. And conservative, and you've done it, and conservative to the sense that you're encapsulating all those costs, you're not skinnying up on it to put a better budget. No, this is what we're really expecting to get.
Right.
So I think we need to do a good job of it, because you're right. Some people, 1.5%, well, on top of, I'm already overpaying, but no, you need to understand, without that, it would have been this.
Right.
So I think that's, to your point, I think we need to make sure we do a good job of that.
We're gonna have to make sure that gets out there. Amy, I'm
I have
sorry.
a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So, my understanding is that we have a special needs, expendable trust fund to fund potential, emergency move-ins. Do you have the balance of that fund, Michelle?
Looking to see if I
Okay.
do.
And then we should have
As
the
well as the
same.
CFR, right?
We should also
Or
have
CRF.
the capital needs expendable trust fund, also. So there should be a balance in there for emergencies.
So I have, as of the end of October, the special ed fund was 360,000.
Yep.
465.
I thought it was,
And the maintenance fund, 249,249.
okay.
And then there's an unfunded liabilities capital reserve of 53,723.
Okay, so the special ed, that's pretty healthy for if we have, you know, an
Well,
unanticipated move-in.
But how much, yeah, I mean,
One-
it sounds like a healthy amount, but again, how many would that cover? Is
Well,
my
it depends.
question.
Depends.
Yeah, right, so it could be and it might not be.
So I've heard of have a student that costs $1,000 a day, 365 days of the year that we're responsible for.
Right.
If we eat that up, like,
That would be a challenge.
Yeah,
And my next question is, so you cut 500 and change,
Yeah.
and that is based on staffing reductions?
Based on a number of things. It's based on staffing reductions, early retirements that we have that are pending, where we're planning to hire folks with hopefully less experience than the people that are retiring, and what that would save us, and then adjustments to our staffing profile in general. We have kudos to Bill. So Bill is the rare principal who I could say, here's the number, you need to figure this out, and who's able to do it, because he's got that kind of mastery of the budget. So Bill and Michelle work together and hammer that out.
So are you confident that we're not cutting too deep and that we're not gonna have any problems next year with doing what we need to do for students?
We are being aggressive. All I can tell you is the number I recommended, if you remember, was 300,000 in reductions. The board's reaction to the PPC agreement was try to cover that too. And we got close. An additional, we didn't get to the additional, the 600,000 mark, but we got close. So it's aggressive. And I'm relying in part on what I know is the good work that's going to be done by Bill looking at our master schedule. And hopefully that creates, I believe that will create some efficiency as well, that will loosen up this aggressive posture. But I think it's the right thing. I'm comfortable with the number because we've heard from taxpayers, enrollment has shrunk, you need to keep pace with your staffing as well. And so I think it's really important that our PPC agreement pass. I think it's really important that we start funding, really important we start funding long-range capital maintenance. And so I'm comfortable with the number.
I just wanna make sure, we don't wanna hurt our students.
I think we all feel that way.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a balancing act. You know, we're looking at so many moving variables that, if you think about this budget, right, 18 million plus, but then we wanna start funding that capital needs with $100,000. We wanna be able to pay our teachers a little bit more, and then to solve the what's called the equity imbalance, right, we discussed the last time. So this does all of that. in a way where at least I feel like we can get these things passed, given what we've done. Would I rather not do this? Of course. I think you guys probably feel the same way, but just from looking at the numbers and just based on what I see, I think this is something where we can get voter adoption. But I don't know, what do you all think?
Do we know historically this budget as a percentage of the overall tax base? Do we know what that is? Because that's something that,
Yeah, I don't have that in my head.
because that's something we may also want to make sure that comes across, that, hey, this is consistent what we've seen. Now, you know, it could be, you know, way off, and like, no, maybe don't mention that, but just for my benefit, I'd like to know what that is.
So public hearings, when we usually first calculate what we think the tax impact might be.
Right.
We haven't done it yet because we've not done our revenue projections yet.
Right.
Which is the other half of the budget. And remember, it's two tax rates we're impacting.
Right.
Amy?
So, are the science labs in this budget?
No. No, as you will
couldn't remember.
recall, the board's directed me to create a list of projects that can be funded with surplus funds at the end of the year. And I don't get to prioritize that list after I give it to you, but when I give it to you, that will be number one.
Pam, Laura, any questions for Adam in this budget?
No.
Steve, any questions?
No, I think this memo is out of participation.
You get a 4 then, right?
It was very helpful.
No, 3.5.
Yeah.
I want the Ken Labs.
Laura?
I know it's very close to the default budget, so could it be explained that either one of those budgets that passes, that it's just an amount of money, or do you actually have to go through and follow everything that you stated?
So, great question. There is no such thing as a default budget. There's only a default budget calculation, which is why you'll note that whenever I write about it, I always say default budget calculation, because it's not a budget, it's a calculation. It's a number prescribed by law that says how you calculate what the fallback is should voters not like what you propose. From there, the typical practice that most boards take is take the pot of money that you do have and redistribute it, and if you're short of what you propose, find the things you're not gonna do that you said you're gonna do, so to figure out how you're gonna spend your money this year. Some boards, I will say though, there are some boards that say, nope, we got a default, we're doing exactly what's in the default budget calculation as our budget. Where that becomes interesting is if we have a bus transportation contract that increases can't go in the default budget calculation, but we have to pay the increase that's in our contract. So then if we can't do that because we're following the default budget calculation, that becomes a kind of a fool's errand in my opinion. And so the typical process is in March, we look our wounds and figure out how we're gonna make up the difference between the proposed and the default.
And that default is prescribed by the formula itself. Is that state mandated or
State law. There is things that are one-time costs have to be removed. There's all sorts of things. And I always state this whenever I have the opportunity to state this. There is interpretation of the default budget calculation, and if you asked 10 business administrators to calculate your default budget calculation, you would get 10 different numbers. That's true. The course of action that we take here in this SAU is you do the same thing year after year, so we're at least consistent. So if we ever do get taken to court, we can at least claim, well,
there's precedent?
There's precedent.
Yeah, right. So now, one other question, Michelle.
Yeah.
So outside of special education and I'm assuming the overall reduction in wages, just strictly related to staff reductions, what are the major changes we're seeing in the budget?
Well, we do have the benefits
Typically, yeah, so G&A
So
stuff,
that's,
okay,
right,
yep,
so
yep.
that nature. Other than that, I'm sorry, I don't have an executive summary
Right,
for this
right.
evening,
But
we
nothing
did, yeah.
jumps out, so that tells me it's more incremental along most of those lines. And typically I would see huge variances in your G&A related to benefits, wages, and special education. So that's consistent with what I would expect.
We sat down and went back and looked at the spreadsheet, and like, the only variance that really caught me
Right.
was the special.
Yeah, you pull all that stuff out as de minimis, basically. is what
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
good.
Because I was looking for the same thing, like, look at that,
Yeah.
those variants.
Yeah, it's just when you go a step back, it doesn't make sense, and here's it does.
Anything else? All right, we have to vote to approve this, right? So, we have to do a roll call because of Steve's absence. So, Steve, we'll start with you. The vote is to approve the budget or not. You're up.
This
There's a
is
suggestion.
18,377,407.
Oh, sorry. Yep, where's the motion? Hold on.
The corresponding default.
Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, so who wants to make the motion?
I'll make a motion
Go ahead.
to approve the budget. My computer died, so I don't have.
To approve a proposed budget of $18,377,407 for public hearing with a default budget calculation of $18,265,151.
So that's under requested board action, motion 1. Okay, Steve?
I'll second it.
Yes, and I vote yes for that.
Okay.
If you didn't get a second.
We already got a second. We're good. We're good. Tim?
Yes.
Basie, yes.
Taylor, yes.
Manning, yes. 6-0. Thanks, Danae.
Sorry. to throw that in there.
We're gonna skip over the second one for now, if you want, and go to the third, so we need to discuss the PPC in non-public.
Got it, right. So we're gonna go to motion 3, Steve, and that is to approve inclusion on the warrant of the long-range capital maintenance fund in the amount of $100,000. You remember that Adam made the presentation that we were looking for $650,000 in the SAU at the facilities meeting. Our portion of that this year would be $100,000. That make sense?
It makes sense, and my question is, in the past, we've done that out of surplus. Is this just straight without trying to change the surplus?
So
That was your question,
yeah,
right?
well, I'm wondering, is there a distinction between the fund that we have versus this month? And I think that the answer is yes. I'm asking rhetorically, but.
Yeah. So before public hearing preparation on January 6th, Michelle and I will have our recommendation to you about whether you're creating a new fund, using the existing fund, whether it's an ETF or a CRF. And actually, Laura had several questions about these types of items that Michelle is prepared answers for. We'll provide those in advance of the 6th. I wanted to make sure that the board wanted to move forward with this before we did that work of putting together the warrant article language. So, the only question that the board ought to wrestle with tonight is whether you attempt to pull this from surplus or have this be a direct appropriation. Everything else we can handle on the 6th, which is more the technical language piece.
Did you get that, Steve?
I heard about 85% of Adam's statement, so am I just voting on a number, or am I voting on a number and a method of raising it?
Yeah, so it's both. I'm gonna open it up for discussion here in a second, because I think the question is, we need this $100,000. Do we put this $100,000 on as a separate warrant on this year's ballot, or do we pull it from the existing, right?
Either way, it would be a separate warrant article.
Either way, it's separate.
Either way, it's a separate warrant article, but the warrant article will either pull it from this year's surplus or raise it.
Or raise another $100,000. So it is both. Does that make sense?
We have to just.
Ultimately, the tax impact ends up being the same.
The same?
It's just how it's funded. If you end up with unreserved fund balance that's less than what you're asking for to go into the reserve, then you're capped.
Right.
Okay. Pim?
Does this fund the same that we typically put the 65K into, or is that a different fund?
That's what we're not sure, we're gonna,
Okay.
that's what we'll have for the 6 is whether we're gonna recommend to you that you create a different fund or we use an existing fund. But we're gonna research the,
That doesn't look at the language that created the other fund.
The other fund has always been raised through surplus.
yes.
Can I just make a comment?
That's what I was-
If you have homework, you can go home. If you
Oh,
wanna
yeah,
stay, you
it's
can
like-
stay.
Yeah.
But you're looking like right now, like, this stinks being here. I'm just saying that, if you're not being rude, if you left, you're not being rude. You're not being rude if you leave.
We're all actually very
Thank
jealous.
you, Delaney.
I should have done that long time ago, Delaney, sorry.
Supposed to be on to me as soon as they finish talking.
Yeah. Thanks, Delaney.
Have a good night.
You too, thanks for all your input. Okay, pulling it back.
Yeah, so does it make a difference what the fund is, whether or not we can pull it from surplus or not?
No.
Okay. So personally, even though I know we had that very long discussion about the 1.2 million, that we're gonna return it all to the taxpayers, I think we ought to give them the option of taking 100,000 of that and putting it into this account.
So you would pull it from surplus?
Yes.
Amy?
Yeah, I think I would too. With the budget and keeps the agreement. It's a hard call, but
Yeah, it is a hard call. Nora?
So the surplus, is it from last year's surplus, or is this a hypothetical next year's?
Hypothetical this year's
Hypothetical.
surplus, the year we're sitting in.
Okay,
yeah, last year's is gone back to the taxpayers.
so it would be the surplus as of end of June?
June 30th, 2020.
Of 2020.
Provided there is
If there was one.
Yeah, she just asked my question as well. So if we do this and there is no surplus, what's the,
That you don't fund the reserve.
okay, so
It's
it's
the way
DOA at that point.
The way it is, the language, since you'd be pulling from reserves, is it would say up to 100,000 from unanticipated, or unexpended balance, unassigned balance.
Can I just make a comment before you go? So, completely understand the logic, Kim and Amy. However, I feel like we have been, maybe this is not a too strong a word, but we have been delinquent in having our facilities be up to snuff. Every time I walk in there and I look at the locker rooms and those chemistry labs and, you know, and for as much as I hate Bedford High School, I walk in there and I'm like, this stuff's all new. All my friends send their kids over there, you know, went to high school with all those guys, you know, people. We're at the point now where I feel like if we don't ask, like it's our incumbent upon us to let the voters decide. We have to sell this to the town that we believe in this, because at the end of the day, if we don't start setting this money aside, our taxpayers are gonna be throwing good money after bad. It's just gonna become more and more expensive, the upkeep on this high school. So at some point, we have to do our due diligence, and, you know, they may say, we'll vote this down. Hopefully, when we explain it at the hearing in the deliberative, we can understand that they have a choice, so it's not an angry vote. You know, like, they don't have to vote for the 100,000, but they can vote for the budget and the PPC. Like, I think we have to be sensitive in how we pitch it like that. But I don't think we can leave this off. I think we need to ask for the 100,000 so we can start building some cushion. That's just my personal, you know, as somebody who's on their way out, that's my own personal
Can
thing.
I amplify your point?
Amplify away.
So I do agree with Jim wholeheartedly, and that we need to get our voters in the habit of doing this, much like the town of Amherst has done with all of their many capital reserve funds that don't come from surplus. They have one that's a contingency fund that goes from surplus. But the second point is the voters approve this in March. If it's close, if we're not sure about our surplus, it's not June 30th that we know whether we have a surplus or not. Sometimes the accounting takes a month or so to even know. So if we have projects lined up for maintenance next summer, we won't be able to do them next summer because we may not know until August 10th whether we even have the surplus to spend that particular year, right? Whereas typically, with any kind of major maintenance project, in March and April, we're bidding those out to get them lined up because summer slammers are already scheduled. Sometimes January, February, we're actually already behind when we're waiting until March to schedule summer work from contractors. So that's just another consideration.
So are you waiting till the audit is complete or until you're closing out the fiscal year before determining what that balance is gonna be?
I would want validation that if we're
Okay.
taking money from surplus, that it's there to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we know we got $1 million sitting
Yeah.
around, that's one thing.
That's
But I'm saying if it's a
different.
close call,
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, Dave's favorite question, and if, I think you answered some money questions earlier, and then just the beginning of, I think was your question, so I don't know if you answered this question already. But so typically, we would get some projection of what the surplus or deficit would be for unexpended funds. Do you happen to know what that looks like for this year? Is that what you
I
answered
have-
earlier, or?
No, I did not
Okay.
answer that earlier. I was asked to have information available, for today's meeting. I have an estimate, but I'll preface that with saying that this is very early in the year.
Yes.
And there are situations where encumbrances are in place because we may need to use the money, and there are situations where there's no encumbrance in place that an expenditure could come down the pipe. So it's a very conservative estimate, but I have about 284,000 right now, so that's significantly less than where we were
Yeah,
coming
which
into
is
this year.
actually, I like better because it's a little closer to where it should be. However, to Adam's point, and as you're saying, if we get unencumbered things that come up, all of a sudden, we're below that threshold where we need to be, so maybe I understand completely what Jim and Adam are talking about, and I think I'm gonna switch it over, back over to let's ask for it outright and not worry about surplus. If we have surplus, then we just, if we have other projects or whatever we decide at that point, or it goes back to the taxpayer.
We just have to have those pre-identified,
Yeah.
those projects, which was different from last year, which is why we gave the money back.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so, where are we with the motion?
Can I just ask one more question?
Yeah, I think the way it's written here, just, someone has to make it in second. Amy?
Just one more. So how much is it to fix the science labs? You know?
I don't know yet. I know it's a $6-figure amount. If you force me to give you a number right now, I'd say 300 grand.
What about
Not
chemistry?
small.
Is that included in the chemistry?
That's,
It's the science
Just
labs.
that's,
the annex.
that is the roughest of estimates. We're taking 3 existing science labs in the annex on the second floor and making them into 2 appropriately sized science labs that could do 2 of the 3 concentrations. You could usually make a lab that can do physics and chemistry or chemistry and biology. You can't always make one that can do all 3.
I'm talking about the older chemistry buildings in the neighborhood.
So we are, it would be my recommendation that we avoid doing anything substantial to the main building until we know for sure whether we're going to do a Sauhegan 2.0 project anytime in the next 10 years. Because then we would be throwing good money after that. So the annex is a safe place to make changes to science labs to improve them because of that, for that very reason. But I see a member of the community who's desperate to weigh in.
Yes.
The chemistry labs need significant changes as it is for safety. And if you're investing in that, it's prudent to kind of keep the rest of the lab to, it's to the point of educational detriment at this point. And
Whatever amount of money we had available, we could spend on science labs at our high school. I mean, the first threshold is, I'm gonna guess, roughly 300 grand to transition 3 existing labs into 2 adequate labs in the annex that could be used for chemistry, could be used for biology or physics, or what, we'd have to decide how we wanted to outfit those. That's what would determine how they would be used. But we could do 6 lots into 4, you know, whatever the amount of money we have available.
No, but there are 2 specific chemistry labs already at the main building
Yes.
that are in need of repair, significant repair.
So the Sauhegan 2.0 project recommends moving all of the science labs to a different part of the entire building. That's why I want to hold off on investing in the main building if we could. But I hear your point, I'm not sure I want to invest significant dollars in the main building until we have our plan for what we're going to do facility-wise. Even if it's 10 years out, if we know it's 10 years out, okay, then let's invest what we can now.
So when as a board will we ever discuss if Sauhegan 2.0 is even feasible? And what parts of it might be feasible? And, you know, what you gave to the public was $30 million, and basically, I don't feel you're even adding square footage to the building. It's just moving stuff around.
So we had our first step, which was this capital maintenance piece. The next step is we have to look at capital projects throughout the SAU, and that's somewhat, as I understood it from our meeting last week, or 2 weeks ago, it's somewhat dependent on the Amherst School District figuring out their needs and scheduling and figuring out when they're going to do the building projects.
Some of this discussion is happening at the SAU board because, you know, I think Stephanie had made the point, like, if you add everything up, it's like $72 million, so. I mean, we could, in a bubble vacuum, forge ahead with, you know, Sauhegan 2.0 and discussion around that. And that'll be something you guys can decide next year. I think where we've landed right now is just the needs in the Amherst School District and at the elementary level are so great that we have to prioritize that. I know we sit on this board, but I mean, we all live in the same town, we all pay taxes in the same spot. So.
No, I'm not saying that we should go forward with it. I'm just saying we should discuss it and analyze like what's practical and what's not. And because some of the things, a lot of things in the school have been waiting until we have, as a board, this discussion.
Yeah,
So, great conversation, but right now, this particular motion is around $100,000 that we just want to have put on a warrant article. So let's kind of settle that out, and then once we get an idea of what those other projects are.
Yeah, thanks for derailing this meeting.
Classic 80s.
We will be having further discussions on capital needs at the SAU board.
That's very fine. All right, can I have the motion on the $100,000? Go ahead, Pam, you're the motion maker tonight.
You want me to read it up? To approve inclusion on the warrant of a long-range capital maintenance fund in the amount of $100,000.
Okay.
Funded.
Second by George.
Funded through new taxes.
Funded through taxes.
Yeah.
Did you say through taxes or through
Funded
surplus?
through new taxes.
New taxes.
Yeah, versus the surplus.
Yeah.
Steve, oh, sorry. You want to
I
discuss?
thought we discussed surplus.
Wait a second, Steve, what's that?
I thought you discussed doing a surplus.
Well, we talked about the scenario around what would happen if we had a surplus, but this piece around $100,000, I think we discussed around the fact that it should be a warrant article because we need to start funding. I don't know, that was my position, but I don't know if that's everybody else's position. It sounds like it's Tim's position because he made the warrant, but, sorry, he made the motion rather for the warrant.
Yes, that is correct.
And we got a second from George, but we can discuss now. So we have a motion, we have a second discussion.
So are you saying we'll ask for the money this year and then next March of 2021, we would be asking for a surplus to be added to it, or every year? I mean, how do you perceive this being funded?
I perceive there to be a warrant article every year that raises money for capital maintenance.
Right.
It has to be voted on every year.
Voted separately every year.
Versus using the surplus. But the discussion around the surplus, I think, is that, you know, to Dave's point last year, when we weren't prepared last year, was if we have this need identified, which is the science labs, that if we had a surplus and we had it sketched out what it was gonna cost us, and I don't know how far you have to go, we have an RFP or whatever it goes with that out there. That we could you guys could make the decision next year to use that surplus money somehow, potentially with the science labs. But it would have nothing to do with this $100,000.
Yeah, that surplus would deal more with one-offs as opposed to anything for capital maintenance or whatever, should be more run rate, that should be out every year.
Yeah, I mean,
This is being funded just like the budget is being funded, just like PVC, it's just a
Right.
warrant article.
Right.
As opposed to in the past where we've said, okay, let's raise $65,000 if, put into a fund, if there's surplus available. The distinction is here, we're saying, we're gonna raise it just like any other warrant article.
And I would say the
That's the
difference is,
distinction.
the previous warrant articles were for unexpected
They were.
repairs. This is proactive, repairing
Correct.
things that are at end of life and we don't want to.
So we have a $200-something thousand balance in the unexpected capital expenditure fund. And we have a 300-something in the for the unexpected special needs systemic fund. This is raised through taxation, just like any other warrant article.
all right, so we have a motion, we have a second, we have discussion. Let's do roll call. Steve?
Still yes.
All right, Tim?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna go yes.
I'll go yes.
Yes. Or-
Yes, 6-0. Okay, and then, we're gonna need to have a motion to go into non-public, because before we make the next motion, we have to discuss the PPC contract.
I'll make a motion to go on.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Steve?
Yes.
Guanxi, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Taylor, yes.
George, yes.
Manning, yes. All right, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Bruce.